cars feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? There.
Alright, whenever you want to go out. Put your snapback up.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Mature audiences only. I couldn't say over an age because some of you guys are very old and not very mature, so we had to just use mature audiences only, and it works out. Works out great. Some of you guys are probably out there working today. I know I am. I've been working all morning trying to get this all this put back together after last week's massive shooting extravaganza, I guess. I don't really know what word describes it, but you know, we were on the range every day, so it was a good time. You guys may have noticed I've changed the set. I'm still changing it around. It's actually really evolving. This is a temporary shelf unit for some reason. The one that I actually wanted was delayed. This is kind of what it looks like behind me. Got books, got stuff, you know, just normal. So that's what it looks like. A little closer view there. And it's gonna keep changing, gonna keep evolving, always evolving. And yeah, we're gonna have some more of that buck white. That'll definitely those will definitely come. And there's still one. I mean, you can literally see one hanging in the picture there. So we'll but you know, it's just to kind of add, I guess, a little more depth to the show. I don't know. I actually don't know that I believe that, but whatever. It sounds good, right? At the end of the day, you know, this is a show and it needs to look like in a certain way, and I need to make it that way at some point, right? So shirt bunches up behind me. Good. I even have to change my chair cushion, guys. I'm dialing it in. I promise I am. Got a lot to talk about today. It's an interesting thing. I actually had a friend of mine from the competitive shooting world come out and talk to me, or he was on, I guess, Facebook, the Book of Faces, that place that shall not be named. And he had made a post about how, you know, there are certain jobs that young men should be aiming for, even as first jobs, and skills that they need to acquire. And I agree with this. This is a very interesting point, and I think that it's worth talking about on a level that I know that we've talked about this before, and we've really talked about how things need to change. You know, I mean, well, look, we talk about a lot of stuff here, guys. We do. But what I kind of want to get into today a little bit. First of all, we got a lot of news to cover. There's a lot of stuff that's been happening that I've been ignoring, and we need to talk about it because, you know, it's news, and I have a different take on it maybe than other people, or maybe I have the same take and it just needs to reinforce things. But I do believe that to start out with, that there are skill sets and jobs that I think men need to have and needed to have experienced. And while I don't often talk about it, when I was in college, one of the things I did for, I had a semester where I really didn't have a whole lot of stuff going on. Really didn't have contacts. I really didn't know anybody to get, you know, like a really good job. And I ended up working outside all summer doing, various outside type jobs like site cleanup. I did a lot of site cleanup. That seems to be a job that if you need to make some money, somewhere there's a construction company that needs a site cleaned up that's going to pay you to do it. And they will actually pay you pretty well, honestly, especially if you hustle. If you hustle and can get it done, they will pay you pretty well for your time. And it's actually one of those things where the faster you go, the more they will likely pay you, because time is money to those guys, and the less time that they spend on it, the more money they'll spend to get it taken care of. So I did a lot of site cleanup. I did concrete work. I did a little bit of carpentry, not a ton, a little bit. And I was an electrician's helper for a while. And all of those things are jobs or vocations that are meaningful later in life. And even if you have a college degree, if you have worked as an electrician, you can always get a job. There's always an electrician that's hiring. There's always somebody that needs a fresh apprentice or a helper or somebody to move heavy objects, and you'll be able to get a job no matter what. It doesn't matter. And it's going to be a reasonably paying job. I'm not talking about top pay. You're probably not going to go out and buy a Corvette the next day when you get the job, but you'll be able to feed yourself and maybe your family. This will be a good story for later. So, hi Dave, welcome in, buddy. Good to see you, pal. So yeah, I told my buddy I'd talk about this on the show. We're going to talk about it a little more in depth later, but I just kind of want to get through a lot of this news because there's really a lot of interesting, stupid things going on out there in the world today. It's kind of unbelievable. Let's just dive right into it, shall we? Let's just get in there. Let's make it happen, Captain. So one of the most interesting things that I find in the news today, there are two that are really, really interesting. The rest are kind of interesting, and we'll move on to that. First, whether you know it or not, the Supreme Court of the United States is taking up cases against the states that have laws against gender affirming care for minors, not for adults. They don't care about that, but for minors. And this is something that is going to be a hot button because we start getting into states' rights. They're going to be talking about personal freedom. They're going to be talking about a lot of things. The biggest thing, in my opinion, is that they're minors. And I think it's going to be a very hard and very aggressively represented case on both sides. And I foresee, just a little foreshadowing, I foresee a lot of talk about emancipated minors, a lot of talk about personal rights, personal freedoms. Not that they want you to have any personal freedoms when it's things that that they don't agree with, but they're going to talk about it. It's going to be in the news a lot, and it's going to mean a lot to a lot of people. And I really feel like that you should just prepare yourself, gird your loins, folks. Gird your loins because it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. I mean, there's just so many layers of this cake that are going to be ugly and are going to be hard fought. The really interesting thing is that the Supreme Court's taking it up. It's really a states' right issue. I don't know the path that they're going. I don't think that they've really they've said some things, but I don't think that what they've said so far actually makes sense or holds water. And I think they're holding back their real points and arguments for a little later. And to kind of tie into that, there is a transgender athlete who is now forsworn, which I'm not going to name the athlete. I'm not going to look. I'm skirting TOS enough as it is, guys. I know right where that line is, and I'll walk right up to it, but I'm not going to go cross it. I promise you that. So, but there's a transgender athlete that's in the news right now today. You can go find the article saying that his goal is to take all of the female titles that he can. He wants to win everything, and he basically he's a man out there who just wants to beat the crap out of women in sports. Yeah, that's the argument they're trying to make, but I think that that's too deep in the states' rights. There's got to be an end run around this. I don't think they're going to telegraph this that wide. I don't believe that they're going to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. So the more interesting issue than the gender stuff to me is that's right. Right. Bet on the dude in the girl sport, right? Like that's how easy is that, right? That's a really interesting thing. TR Finley, that's an excellent observation, sir. Write a letter to your congressman and mine too while you're at it, and you express your opinion, sir. I agree with you. You're a man among men. Semantics. I'm always up to semantics, so I recognize them when I see them. All right, so before I get into the other heavy topic, has anybody paid attention to the Taylor Swift, Dave Grohl little thing going on where the over the hill girl is clapping back at the long haired hippie? I think that's pretty fucking funny. Dave Grohl apparently accused Taylor Swift of of not performing actually live, of using lip syncing basically, and Taylor Swift Tay snapped back at him. She clapped back at old Dave Grohl because you go girl, and she had something nice to say about old Dave Grohl. And Dave Grohl, I don't think really gives a fuck. That's I think Dave Grohl could absolutely care less what Tay thinks. But he's funny enough to say things like, well, at least we play live, and Tay does not. So, I don't know. Maybe she does. Maybe. I don't know. Could be. I don't want to have to make the deciding vote on that jury. I tell you that. Tay probably really is. I don't know about Dave. Dave's a weird dude, though. He is weird. He's just a hippie, folks. He's not gonna hurt you. He's just a hippie. I gotta fix the bot. The bot's starting to annoy even me now. So yeah, that's an interesting deal. Dave, old Dave Grohl, man, is clapping out at Tay. Yeah. Look, I don't have a problem. Look, I get it. Wahoo, I do. I really do. I get it, and I'm on your side, bro. But Dave's really funny. Like, and this is funny. This is a funny thing for him to clap out at Tay about, right? About not performing live, right? Because he's the dude that brings the little kid up on stage and lets him hammer out a guitar tune, right? And they back him up. Like, this dude's legit. Dave Grohl is like a legit musician, legit dude, right? Like, even if he's a musician, so obviously he's a weird fuck, but it's just funny that he claps out at Tay, which, I mean, come on now, it's an unmarried 34-year-old woman dancing around on stage in costumes, making a bunch of money from children. I'm going to support Dave on this one. I just am. I'm just going to support Dave. I'm sorry, Tay. I'm not buying your new record, and my kid doesn't like you. I'm sorry. I really, that really hurts. But no, he's not a hero by any means. He's just funny. Didn't he sing a song called Hero, though? Was that him? I don't know. I can't keep up with Dave. Hi, Dave. Welcome, Dave. It's another Dave. Dave ain't here. And in that same kind of vein, this is like in the minor news, right? Like, this is like, the man versus bear thing. Well, this is the argument, which would you rather find in the woods? What about in the ocean? Would you rather find a shark or a dude? Because one of the guys, one of the actors from Pirates of the Caribbean, fuck is his name? Hang on, I got it here. Hang on. Stand by. Stand by. My tech knowledge is winning. However the fuck you say this guy's first name, Tamayo, Perry. His last name is Perry. We're going to call him Perry. Perry died of a shark bite while surfing off the coast of Hawaii. Apparently, he's a professional surfer, and I guess some citizens, ordinary people such as yourselves, found him floating out in the ocean, apparently dead of a shark attack. He was apparently he was a like world famous champion surfer guy, and he was in Pirates of the Caribbean as, let me check my notes. Do I have a note? I don't have a note. Spike. He was Spike in Pirates of the Caribbean, and that's a Disney movie, right? Should we be concerned that he had information on Jeffrey Epstein? World-renowned surfer dude dies of shark attack conveniently. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a fat guy with a microphone spitting theory. That's all I am. Just saying. Guy died. All right, anyway, so anyway, I thought that was funny. I thought it was a funny thing. And that kind of that concludes my he surfed the island. Yeah, he did. He surfed it. All right. So but now the serious portion of the news before I launch into my diatribe and monologue. Well, there are two serious portions. Morning, old Joe. Good morning, old Joe. That shark was working for the Somebody check that shark out and see if he has Hillary Clinton's home phone number on speed dial. That's pretty fucking funny. I mean, that's pretty funny. I mean, come on, that's funny. That's, look, I mean, it's not funny that the guy, was killed in a shark attack. However, it's just very interesting, that he did, in fact, die in a shark attack. And he was in a Disney movie. It's weird. All these people, Disney movies, they die. Listen in the car, Dave. It's a good place to listen to the show. And I don't go, but I only go to like 3:00. So, you can, this is a manageable show program. So, so enough of the funny stuff. Look, I have to have some humor. I read this stuff while I was waiting on some stuff to upload. I thought it was fucking funny. The tie from Pirates of the Caribbean to Disney to, all of the apparent issues that people have related to those companies staying alive was just too much for me to resist. I gave in to my baser temptations. I am sorry, but not really. I'm not sorry. All right. So anyway, someone is messaging me. Who did that? I got a beep. Somebody beeped me. Let's see. Hang on. I gotta. Pausing this to come into your live. It's a long one, but I would love your thoughts on this. ZT Din. I will take a look at. Is this a live podcast? I've heard of Stephen Greer. I'm pretty sure that I agree with things that he says. Let me. Oh, I see. I see what I see. This is going to be good. I'll cover this later. I promise I will. I will promise I will. Anyway, sorry guys, I got distracted. So many cool stuff. It was live, but it's okay. All right. I'm going to check into that and we'll cover that later. It's going to be good stuff. All right, guys. So the other thing, and I don't know, look, I don't actually pay a whole lot of attention to mainstream news. But when you hear the same thing over and over on various platforms, at some point you kind of have to at least take attention and or pay attention to it and kind of try and decipher what's the real reality. And I'm not going to go dive deep into this because I'm skirting TOS with a lot of this stuff, and I don't want to we're going to have some fun later, but right now. So have you seen this that the vid has been linked now to nervous system disorders, and like it's pretty fucking real. Like they've got a lot of science, a lot of data, a lot of analysis behind this. It's not really a theory anymore. It's more like a confirmed hypothesis. And until they find another variable, which they could do, it happens. But dude, this is really, really close. It's really, really close to like a lot of things that people said would happen. This is really close. And it's really an interesting dynamic, right? Like, and this is one of those things that I think so many people have talked about. So many people have said it's a real thing. We can't deny it. We shouldn't ignore it. And people were like, there have been how many people have said, no, this isn't real. This is made up. This is a lie. You're being fed a lie. This is nonsense, political hacks, all of this stuff, right? Like all of this stuff. And here we are. There's proof. And guys, what are we, where are we going to be on this, especially with the election coming up? I think the interesting thing to me is that with the election coming up and the all of this stuff is coming out and you have, I think, and I hate calling it the deep state, but you have these various organizations trying to block, maintain, or control specific narratives. To have something like this come out with as much data and evidences behind it is really interesting timing. And I don't know, on the one hand, are we being fed a line? Are we, is this something that's, that's going to end up being that we're going to find out was tainted data? Is it, what are we going to find out about this? Or is it real? Or how real is it? What data did they get? How did they collect it? All of this kind of thing. And is it a trap that's bait because they want people to take and run with this and then end up deplatformed or whatever. So make of it what you will, guys. I guess I'm technically not fat. I'm just a guy on a diet with a microphone talking to you guys. And to me, it really looks like it's either super, super damning to an entire group of political folk. And with the election looming, I think it's rough. I don't know if they're trying to get this out early so that by November it's a nothing burger and nobody cares anymore, and that's old news. That was so 3 months ago, so 6 months ago. I don't know if that's the strategy. I don't know. But what I do know is this is accurate shit. The data is real. The vid has been directly and solidly linked to nervous system disorders. That's bad, folks. That is bad. That's stuff that's really almost impossible to fix. And and can affect you in ways that you're not even aware of. So, you know, conspiracy theory is only a theory until it's confirmed. All right, guys. So I wanted, that was one of the serious things that because I wanted to inject levity. The other serious thing there's two more things that I found out there that I thought were really interesting. Yeah, the jab. If you especially if you kept taking the boosters, go read the article. I'm not going to say it. Go look up, do a search, COVID nervous system disorder. Go read it for yourselves. Data's pretty damning. Pretty damning. It's pretty fucked up. Now, not everybody, it didn't happen to everybody. Obviously, not everybody gets everything, but it's pretty fucking damning. All right, guys. The next serious kind of thing, which isn't actually serious, is pretty funny, and it kind of goes to what ZD Den says up here. We're puppets more than we think we are. So in Texas, of all places, looking at you, Clover, there's NBC, your local NBC affiliate, I think. I don't know if it's national, but your local NBC guys have decided that to portray data in such a light that the so-called Texas abortion ban is responsible for an increase in infant deaths. And the way that they're manipulating this data, folks, this is hardcore crazy. The way they're manipulating this data, folks, is that they say that more children with congenital birth defects and other issues like that are detected in pregnancy, and women are given the option to end that pregnancy. Women are not, because of the abortion ban, and therefore these children are being born, and a higher percentage, and that the percentage of those children who die, which is, that's something that could happen, is increasing the death rate among infants. But they don't count, and they don't account for the kids that live, that would have been terminated. This is the problem. This is how bad our society is. This is the most disingenuous thing I could find in the news today, which I did. It's not like I looked, it just kind of popped up. And somebody said, "Hey, look at this." And I looked at it and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" But people will believe that shit. They're believing it right now. There are people reading that article right now, and all of the information is there. They're not actually hiding anything. They're simply presenting it in a way that only shows one side. Exactly. Clover Tack, they never look at the lives that are saved, only the increased in mortality rate. They don't care that those children would not have lived to start with, right? If they had been deleted. And they don't care about all the children that were not deleted that now live. And this is evil. This is fucking evil. This is wrong. So read your news, and hold, right. Honestly, I think it's time to go back to the old fashioned complaining to the editor and saying, "Hey, this is fucking inaccurate. Do something about it." Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah. So good to see you in, Mr. Boulay. We've missed you the last few days, but enjoy your lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and glad you're around. And so I thought that was a really messed up thing, and I think that pay really, really close attention to your local news and to your news affiliates and the way that they're presenting all of this stuff, because it's, especially in an election year, there's a very specific way that they're presenting it. What happens if they factor abortions in infant? Yeah, right. So they don't. They don't. They will never do that, because if they do that, then it will scare the shit out of everybody. Yes, this is actually true. Guns do save more lives. Deal with it. It's just the way it works. It's a real thing. All right, guys. So the last thing I have in my news column is, has everyone heard now about how they're restructuring the presidential debates? They're going to be muting microphones. I'm assuming that's to so my first assumption was, let me rephrase. My first assumption was that they were muting the microphones to protect Joe from being talked over by Mr. Trump. But I no longer think that is strictly the case. What I really think is that by being able to influence the microphones, they can feed old Joe more information than they are already, which they're not supposed to be able to do during the debates. They're not supposed to have earwigs or anything like that in. I think somebody got caught for that once before already. But this time they're going to do it. So watch for this. It's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a tough day I think it's going to be a tough debate for us on our side. I really do think it is. And I don't know what we can do about it. I really don't. I think that I think we're just going to have to suck it up and drive on. But I don't know how much the debate really matters. Old Joe's going to get up there and stumble around and look like an idiot. And Trump's going to do Trump stuff. It's going to be fun. Yeah, I think they do. I mean, I really do. I really think that. So, all right, guys. And now we're going to get back into the all mainstream news is agenda driven. Yes, that's true. What happened to presenting facts, allowing people to form their own conclusions? I'm not sure that ever happened. I kind of went down a rabbit hole. With how the press has acted and been been around throughout history, all the way back to the earliest forming of the country, and way back. And I don't think you can point to a period of history where you can say that the press was accurately representing anything. I think that it's always been slanted. I think that it's always been bought and paid for, and I don't think that's ever going to change. I've now decided that the press, the fourth estate, is about as useful as a box of rubber dicks, right? Like, there just isn't a lot of use for them. They're just misshapen rubber dicks at that. They're just not. There's no use for them. I don't think there's any use for the press. I think that there's use for people who are. I think there are people. I think there's a usefulness for people like, on both sides of the aisle, or all three sides of the aisle, depending on how many aisles you want to make. I think it's useful to have commentators that comment on things and present facts as they know it, and then that it's their opinion, right? Like, that all of this stuff is my opinion. I'm not a certified expert in anything at all, period. I'm not even certified expert, in handling my penis. Just ask my wife. My wife will tell you that I still need instruction from time to time. But at the end of the day, I feel like that you're really, but that I'm being honest about what I'm saying, and that I have an agenda, and and you can make your own decision whether or not to listen to me or follow me, and that's great. That's how it should be. With the press, they have attempted to cultivate this idea that they're impartial, that they only have the truth in mind, and we all know that's not true at all. And I do believe that everyone has. I do believe Clover Tack is right. I do believe that people want to be told what to do, and there are people that are happy to tell them what to do. I disagree with him disagreeing with me to say that he thinks that there have always and still are credible sources for journalism. The problem is humans rather than listen to dramatic talking heads. I mean, it's hard to find somebody that just gives out the facts as they understand them and without any personal slant. I would say that that's really, really bad. Do I think Trump should have skipped the debate? No, I don't think so. I think that I think Trump needs to be in everybody's faces 24/7. He can't let them, he really needs to remind his base that he's energized and he's energetic and he's wanting to do the job. And I think that he 100% needs to show the leftist that he's not afraid and he doesn't give a fuck. And if he goes to jail, he goes to jail. That's fine. Whatever, whatever it is, he's down. Let's make it happen, Cap. And, let's get in a special sauce. So no, I don't think that, I don't think he should skip debate. I don't think he should skip campaign stops. I don't think that he should do anything that that he can do. Let's see. Bujikan, Dan Rather gave a pretty interesting interview about the death of real journalism. People with a laptop and opinion are now press, and people also choose their media sources like-minded. Yeah, we all like echo chambers. That's true. But you get to choose it, and it's an echo chamber. It's just like people that listen to me understand that I very clearly state this is my opinion. This is what I think. I could be wrong. I'm most likely wrong in many cases. But I will also say that someone else is wrong if they're lying or cheating. So I think that I think that Dan Rather is wrong. I think Dan Rather would much prefer to be the talking head that is listened to rather than a bunch of 20-year-old kids. But that's it. Point is why those credible sources are so hard to find. The public, including myself and the people in the chat, do not support such sources. All the drama. Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm open to answers on that one. I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to say. Where does one get real news today? I try and suss out, if I tell you something, it's as real as I know it. I don't hide anything. I don't disillusion anything. I don't really I'll give my opinion when I do. I tell you it's my opinion. But even that, I'm basing what I know on what somebody else is publishing and telling me. So who knows how true that is? So the real question is why do you choose to believe any news at all? The only reason I believe anything is because I need at least 2 to 3 sources that say pretty much the same thing, that are generally in disagreement with each other. And then I have a pretty good idea it's truth. But again, Wahoo's right. It's a lot of work, and you need to do your own research and all of that. Don't trust me. I always tell people don't trust me. I could be wrong. Yeah, they're very hard to find. Yeah, that's very hard to find. Yeah, absolutely. I really hate to say it, but I will freely admit that I do believe that it's going to be very hard for Trump to win. I'll vote for him. I voted for him in the past 2. I will vote for him again. I'll vote for him in 28 if he decides to run, probably, unless there's somebody else better comes around. But I do think he has an uphill battle, and I have two reasons for that. The first reason I think that he has such a hard uphill battle is because he has a real problem with the middle, the undecided, the center, the people who consider themselves um, independents. I think he has a real problem with those people right now. They hate Biden just as much, but it's easier to just go with the guy in office. There's a so it's a very interesting dynamic right now with Trump. I just think it's going to be really hard for him to win. And to be honest, the real and part of that reason is because we still have mail-in votes. And I think that people need to understand that Democrats don't have to create votes. They just have to lose yours. And if they're the ones in charge of transporting and filing and all of that, it's not going to be too hard for them to sort out, 8,000 votes or whatever they need to win a state or two. It's just going to be. I actually don't trust the election process right now because of mail-in votes have grown to such a huge number. Now I'll say that I understand mail-in votes. I did a mail-in vote when I was in California, but I was registered in Tennessee. The problem is that I actually had to go to my courthouse. I had to register. I had to show my license. I had to do all of that. And then they sent me my ballot. I filled out the ballot and I sent it back. The way that they are in a lot of these states, the way that they're doing mail-in votes is you just request one, you fill in your name. It's not your ballot. It's not sent to you. You fill in your name and you send it back. So who knows who's actually filling that ballot out and all of that. So I feel like that. I don't know. I feel it's an uphill battle for Trump right now. I don't want to say that, but I do think it is an uphill battle. Now, on the other side of that, I think that more people than ever are energized to vote. I think that there's a ton of people who did not vote in 2020 because they thought that the election was sewn up. There's no way Joe was going to win. They weren't even showing up at rallies and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. All that's nonsense. There's so much nonsense involved. And then when Trump lost, I think that was a wake-up call. And on that subject, so when somebody tells me that they're not going to vote because their vote doesn't matter, I want to punch that person in the kidney. I really do. And and then I stop listening to anything they have to say, because at that point, they might as well be a non-human. The only thing that really separates you from the landed gentry and being a not landed gentry is the right to vote, and the right to be able to control your own destiny, choose your own destiny. And if you cede that right away to people who don't like you, then stop your bitching. Right? Just stop it. Shut the fuck up. I hate it when people tell me they're not going to vote. And I'm assuming that there's nobody in this audience right now. So I'm really suggesting that you might consider adopting this specific outlook as well, because I stopped listening to people who say that they don't believe that their vote doesn't matter. It doesn't, the election's bought and paid for anyway, and all this other nonsense. I gotta be honest. It is. If that's the way you do, if that's the way you conduct yourself, then you've already fucking lost, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, I don't get this. Oh, wait. My father called and I just realized I'm behind. Behind on what? What did I miss? I missed something. Look, I'm ranting, so I don't pay attention to the chat when I rant. I'm sorry. I like barely pay attention. I had to put it up on the big screen to see the chat because otherwise I just don't pay attention to it. Fucking A right. I like Angel Berber, man. We've had him up on the screen a couple of times, talked to him. He's a solid dude. We don't agree on everything. We agree on enough for me to say he's a solid dude. Yes, this is what separates us from other nations. Plus, it's something that means that you sitting out there and you're on your couch right now in your comfy jeans or you're driving to work right now in an old fucking pickup or whatever, you can become an elected official. You can. Fuck, even felons have become elected officials in some places. Brandon Herrera just about beat the I don't know if you guys paid attention to this in Texas. Brandon Herrera, who's a YouTuber, now he owns several businesses. He's a very successful guy. He is a driven human being. This dude went up against an incumbent in the Republican primary who is a rhino, a serious literal rhino. And Herrera only lost by 400 votes. Like, they had to do a recount. It was pretty fucking crazy. Now, Herrera is pretty good. I think he's a great dude. I think that he ran an excellent campaign. And I think that he did things that show the way for others to follow. His campaign spent about $1 million. To beat him, the incumbent had to spend $10 million. And it wasn't the incumbent. It was the political machine behind that incumbent that wants to keep a Republican in office that votes for gun control, that votes down our rights, our abilities, the things that the law guarantees us, that they want to vote those down. So they kept this guy who's a Republican in name only in office, whereas they actually mounted a massive smear campaign against Herrera. And this is really important, guys. This is very, very important to think about because he's a gun guy. All you guys out there who are saying, you can't show anything, you can't show guns in your background because that'll get you canceled. He only lost by 400 fucking votes against an anti-gun guy. This is the nonsense that we put up with in our daily lives. I don't care if you're a fucking spear fisherman and put a picture of a fish with a spear hanging out of it on your wall. That doesn't change how I feel about you. I don't care if you, whaling is illegal, but if as long as the activity that you're engaging in is a legal activity, I'm not here to tone police people, and I'm really sick of people doing it. Look, I get it. I get the advice. I get the well-meaning advice, and some of it is even more than well-meaning. It's like they understand, hey, this could really get you in trouble. Get rid of the guns, get rid of this, get rid of, start, whatever. I get it. But I'm going to tell you that it's not the way. And what really happens is that you de-energize your base. And we look at that in Trump. When Trump did not take a firm stand on bump stocks and was counseled by the NRA to go ahead and ban them, what did he do? He followed the NRA's lead. They said, yeah, go ahead. Nobody's going to care if you get rid of those. It's a small concession to make. Look at what it did. There are people out there right now, there are people out there that will literally vote for anyone but Trump. Guys, seriously. This is important shit. It is. And we can't continue to do this stuff. We really can't understand the importance of our vote. We really can't understand the importance of looking at people's actions and history and backgrounds and voting based on that and not voting by what they have on their fucking wall or what posters they have on Instagram or whatever. I mean, to some degree that matters, but I don't discount a guy who has, like, just for example, right? Like, if I saw a picture of Trump out in his Lamborghini, which there's a video of him driving his Lamborghini out, that Lamborghini gave him for 2 years to drive around because he's a celebrity and he basically was marketing their car and they gave it to him for a couple of years. If I saw a picture of him with the car, standing by it with a hot broad with his arm around her, getting a picture taken, I wouldn't honestly think anything about it, because that's how that's just a normal way to take a picture in that situation. It'd be a little, there are situations where I would think something about it, but I honestly wouldn't care much about it. I wouldn't care if I saw anybody in this crowd doing it. Now, would I personally do it? No. I have a different, I have a weird sense of self-preservation, but other people don't, and I'm not here to judge that part of it. My only real concern is, how do you vote? What's your history? Trump is a businessman. He understands business. He understands how to get things done. And he proved it. He proved that he could do it. The problem that I have is I just don't believe he's going to have the energy to get it. So, long answer to a very short question is, I kind of do agree with Andrew. He made excellent points as to why he would lose. And I cannot successfully argue against what Andrew laid out. His arguments are factual and accurate. Yeah. So that's the that's the thing. But I really I don't know. I didn't mean to kind of go off on the Herrera tangent. I see a lot of comments about that. It's it's just I just think that we're in a situation right now where no matter what we want to talk about, no matter what we're kind of thinking about, there's a reality that we all have to pay attention to, and that reality is that we are spoon-fed so much information and disinformation and other nonsense that it's hard for us to even know what the truth really is. Right? Am I right about that? I feel like I'm right about that. TR Finley, man, I'm sorry, man. You hit a hot button there. Yeah, you hit a hot button. Especially when it comes to voting. I get so pissed off when people talk about not voting. So pissed off. The only time I do not care if someone votes is if it's a wife who says, I don't vote, my husband votes for our household. That's the only time I don't get hot about it, because you know what? Fair. But dudes, when they say, I'm not going to vote, my vote doesn't matter, man, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your couch. Fuck everybody. Man, fuck you. You are that's the kind of lazy ass bullshit that I just cannot tolerate. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting thing. And I just really have to say that I can't say it enough, that if you don't vote, shut the fuck up. And usually it's the guys that don't vote that bitch the most. You know what? I could agree with that. And that's kind of how that should go. But it's better. It's better to have one household vote than one household vote and one throwaway vote on something, because she cared about a single issue. This is accurate. He stated it that he would not be president one way or the other. They will not let him. That's also true. He did say that, but he did say it would be very, very difficult for Trump to win, and he laid out why. And I don't have any arguments to combat Andrew's points. He is right. It's very difficult to beat an incumbent. Accurate. People are fat, dumb, and happy. That's accurate. You know, even as bad as the economy is, they're scared shitless it'll be worse under Trump. Why? I don't know. Trump didn't do any of this shit. But if you ask any leftist you know why the economy sucks today, and they will say Donald J. Trump. Guaranteed. 100%. Go find one. Go find us a leftist and ask him. Somebody do that. Somebody get on that. I know I have top men working on it. I tell you, top men. And it's interesting. I'm not saying any of this to discourage anybody or anything like that. I'm just being honest. You know, it's just, I think it's the reality of the situation. I wish it wasn't. I wish that the reality was that we could all, you know, that everybody voted, that everybody paid attention to political, to politics in general, that everybody, you know, everybody either had an opinion or they didn't have an opinion and they didn't fucking vote, you know, and that would be great. Yeah, I mean, well, I find that to be true in everything. And, you know, actually that's, let's see if this works. I don't know. Maybe it works. That's actually an interesting comment that you made. But one thing I will say that as interesting as the comment is, and it's pretty accurate, that doesn't mean that we should accept it as on its face. Okay. You do need to look into why. And actually, so I had a thing when I had my shop, I had a rule. It was a hard and fast rule that once I started working on a car, and this was generally in relation to a race car or a specialty car of some type. Once I started working on it, if anybody else touched it, I never wanted to see the car again. Like, don't bring it back, because the last mechanic's always the asshole. The last guy to touch it is always the asshole. It doesn't matter if he didn't touch anything that had to do with the problem, he's still the asshole. And the new mechanic's going to say 20,000 bad things about what an idiot the previous mechanic was, no matter what. So I wouldn't accept that. I never allowed that. I just 100% thought that was it was a bad idea. I didn't like it. So I would literally fire customers all the time that took their cars to other places, even if it was kind of an emergency and they needed to. Didn't care. I didn't care. And I wasn't going to care. Now on the other side of that, it's not wrong to blame somebody if it is actually their fault. I mean, I understand it's kind of the thing that they do, but it's not actually wrong. Currently educating myself so I can vote responsibly. That's a win. That's a win. I like that. Try and make sure that as you're doing that, educating yourself, that is, try and as you're educating yourself to vote responsibly, make sure you don't fall into the pitfalls of, you know, both parties are the same, and you know, there's a lot of nonsense, man. There's a lot of nonsense. You can't fall in. Don't fall into the nonsense. It's a bad, you know, it's really easy to do. So don't do that. Please don't do that. It's bad form. It's bad form. So let's see what else. What else should I talk about now? The thing about Trump, man, it always gets me. You know, it just gets me all the time, and I just can't. I just can't really express my displeasure in a lot of it. As much as I would like to, it just is what it is. So, yeah. All right. So that was a good little rant. I don't really know why I got into that, but I appreciate it. Appreciate the poster that kind of led me down that path. Okay. Yeah, Jay Dyer's he's pretty good stuff. So I'm gonna switch gears here again. We're gonna go back to some humor. So I'm sure, have you guys heard of the Hawk Tua girl? I haven't. I don't have a clip. I don't have a clip, so I don't know that that I can easily play it. But have you guys heard of the Hawk Tua girl? She's apparently from Nashville. I've been telling Brian for a long time that he needs to come to Nashville because that's where all the entertaining girls are. He'll get a much better show if he comes to Nashville. But if you have yeah, meme tokens. Yeah. It's a huge meme right now, the Hawk Tua girl. So apparently somebody was walking around downtown Nashville, and there's this girl walking around, and they ask her a couple of questions, and I think the first one was like, something about her boyfriend, if she had a boyfriend or how to keep a boyfriend or whatever, and she basically said, yeah, she did, and then they asked her something about what was it? It was how to keep a man's interest or something, and she did the Hawk Tua thing. That's funny that's out there, and I thought it was hilarious, and it's interesting because it's in Nashville. It's so funny, but she was in good faith the whole time. She was having fun with it. She wasn't being a bitch at all about it. So somebody needs to make sure that Brian knows that he should move his show to Nashville. We have like 4 colleges here and be hilarious. Right? Yeah, MPD doesn't play games like out west. That's funny. Don't spit Luigi on my pee-pee. That's the next bumper sticker right there. That's hilarious. With the Hawk Tua girl on one side and the don't spit Luigi on my pee-pee. That'd be hilarious. Somebody get on that. Hannah Barron? Who's Hannah Barron? Am I unaware of Hannah Barron? I don't know who Hannah Barron is. Am I out of touch? Do I not know things? Am I unaware? Probably am. Oh, I know the catfish girl. Right, the girl that like noodles catfish. Yeah, okay. I got that. I now know who you're talking about. I did not know who she was, but now I know. No, Luigi's much funnier. Luigi's much funnier. That's Luigi. Luigi is perfect, man. If she doesn't Hawk Tua, don't Hawk Tua. Just kidding. I okay, whatever. Hannah Barron. So Hannah Barron, as I just Googled, I have heard of her. She is the catfish girl that does noodling, which is where you like you stick your hand down in these holes on the bank of the river and get catfish to bite your hand and pull them out. That's hilarious. Yeah, canoodling. Yeah, noodling. I guess depending on, yeah, she is canoodling the catfish. That's hilarious. She is from Alabama, and she is a healthy Alabama young lady as well. Near as I can tell, anyway. I don't, never met her, don't know much about her. She apparently has hunted elk, and that makes her badass. I've hunted elk, and it is, it's not for the faint of heart. Thirst trap. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, but if she elk hunts, I mean, I'm telling you, man, elk hunting that's serious shit. Like, I mean, it depends on how she did it, I guess. I mean, if you're driving back with, you know, in ATVs or side by sides with guide, and then you set up a guide camp with like wall tents and beds and shit, and then your spike camps are a day out. You know, that's not that cool. But if you're like dude, when I went elk hunting in Colorado, my my base camp was I think it was 15 miles from where I parked. I didn't see that. I'll have to look at it. The I mean it was a 15-mile hike to my base camp. I set up, and then my spike camps were all at least a day's hike away from my base camp. Because elk range, man, you're out there, you know, and it's, you know, you're miles and miles from nowhere, literally. Yeah, I mean, she's in bikinis when she's like canoodling stuff in the water. That's an appropriate time to be in a bikini. Hunts with a bow. I just saw that. I actually just pulled that picture up. Trying to find. I mean, look, again, I don't know anything about this person. I'm going off of these pictures. I mean, I'm looking at her normally dressed there, normally dressed. I mean, she's wearing shorts with a bikini top when she's doing this catfishing stuff, and then she's in hunting clothes other times. And when the water's cold, apparently she's in a full ass wetsuit. That's pretty based. And I will give you that there's a couple of pictures of her shooting guns at a bench that definitely were staged. Probably like some advertiser somewhere wanted it. The bow fishing. Oh, she's the one that somebody said her accent wasn't feminine. Her Alabama Southern accent isn't feminine. That's her. That's the one. So I don't think she's a thirst trap. I think she's attractive, I think. Certainly. You can't get around her being an attractive young lady, that's for sure. Dude, she went pig hunting. That's badass. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna go with probably not. Oh fuck! There she's backpacking half a fucking deer, dude. Dude, you're wrong. You're fucking wrong. There she is backpacking half a fucking deer out. That's baller. I've done that. That's hard work, dude. That's not driving in with the that's not driving in with an ATV and then driving back out. That's badass what that is. I gotta say that you're wrong, bro. So I think she is a Southern Belle. I think people fuck up the definition of Southern Belle all the time. A Southern Belle should be able to go hunting, shoot a deer, clean that motherfucker, and then barbecue that bitch up, and then put on a very fashionable dress and go out for the evening. That's a Southern Belle. I don't know what the fuck you guys think a Southern Belle is. We used to call them Steel Magnolias, and then somebody made a stupid ass movie by that name that corrupted everything. And yeah, that's it. So I don't see her in a bikini. I just see her in a bikini top and shorts, which is what you would wear if you are in the water canoodling catfish. Maybe I'm just not seeing the same pictures. Because I'd call her out on being a thirst trap, but I don't. I'm looking. Does wear yoga pants though, and yoga pants are kind of iffy for me. Jeans, shorts, 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 short. Nope, dude, I'm not seeing a bikini bottom. I don't know. I did give Bo the benefit of the doubt, and then I called him out on all this shit. I mean, dudes do it shirtless. So, I mean, I'm looking at the dudes next to her doing the canoodling, and they're shirtless. So, you know, I mean, at least she's not doing it shirtless. So, yeah, I don't see that. I don't see thirst trap. I do see that she's healthy, attractive young lady. I don't even think her clothes are that tight in most of the pictures. There are a couple that I would be like, but there's not enough. There's not enough. Assume bells were socialites that didn't do that stuff. I think most people do. I think most of people I think we actually called those socialites back here in the South. I don't know. So yeah, that's a great point. If she goes full 304, she won't target the right market. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to judge her as a 304 based on what I see. Now, if I saw her, if she had bikini pictures, if she had her ass out on the boat, if she was, if every single picture of the deer, like some female outdoors people, the only photos you see of them with a deer that they have dispatched is on an ATV because they were put in a place, they pull a trigger or shoot an arrow. Maybe they hit it, maybe they don't. Maybe somebody else hits it. I don't know. I'm not saying anything specifically about anyone in particular, but just saying that happens. Then some dude goes out and picks up the deer and puts it on an ATV and they pose next to it. If she was doing that, I would be the first person to call her out. So that would be, yeah. What's up, Kat? I forgot to send you the link. Whoops. My bad. I didn't know if you were coming into work today. I will fix my error. We'll get Kat's viewpoint on the 304. I'm going to send you a link, Kat Katibi. I'm in a mood today. All right. Well, we'll talk 304. If you actually watch few reviews, she comes across generalized. But yeah, okay. I did actually. I think I have actually one of them. There's Miss Cat, Mrs. Miss, whatever. You have makeup on.
Yes, I do.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that, Clover. Yeah, check out that link. Tell me what you think. Again, dude, all I see is a bikini top and not even a bad bikini top. I mean, they're not like pasties or anything. They're like actually pretty reasonable bikini tops. Call her out. Call her out, bro. Call her out. I'm calling her out.
Who is this?
She was called out by some rap or some personality for her accent being fake. Who called her out? Somebody remind me who called out Hannah, whatever the fuck her name is. Hannah Barron. Thank you, Hannah Barron. Um, you can't tell the difference. That's fucking fun. I could, because she's wearing lipstick. She normally doesn't wear lipstick, and her cheeks are a little shinier than normal. Little, she's got the war paint on. Money is not in the untapped market, and especially if you don't have the big fan funding mechanism in play, which I'm assuming he means which she does not. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that from what I'm seeing, she's doing some hard shit, and she deserves credit for it. Stuff that Kat would not do. Just put that out there. Kat's not doing that. So, but now I would give you that if she was on the range in a bikini top, I would be the first person to call her out as a 304 100%. And then I would laugh as hot brass landed in places it shouldn't land. Oh, Kevin's in. Bet Kat hunts snakes in the Everglades in her spare time. No, she does not. I bet that Kat barely goes in the water.
Yeah. One time there was a jellyfish, and I haven't gone since.
Yeah, okay. See, I would have won that bet because I know things about cats. Cats don't like the water. I did say that, and I did call him out. But when his behavior became very apparent, I was I held him to it. I generally don't jump on bandwagons too much myself, but I could be wrong. Again, if she was in a bikini on the shooting range or out in the woods or where it's not appropriate, I would be solidly in your camp. When you see her in a bikini top, it's when she's literally in the water swimming, canoodling catfish, which is fucking weird, where she's literally putting her fist in a catfish's mouth and then dragging it out of a hole in the side of the riverbank. And that's, I mean, I won't fucking do that. I can tell you that. I don't stick my hand in strange holes. That's for sure. And I recommend most men do not stick your hands in strange holes. Why not a full swimsuit? Because she's not a whore. She's wearing shorts. Are you talking about like a one piece? You talking about a one piece? A one piece would be weird with shorts, I would guess. I don't know. I don't wear a one piece swimsuit. I don't have any idea. Kat, opinions?
I haven't
Also,
worn...
give us your opinion. Give us a call out on whether this girl's a 304 or not.
No, she's not. She's definitely showing that she's hot. Which is she single? I mean, what is this?
She is. She's like 18 or 19.
Okay, look,
maybe 20.
How are you supposed to get the guy? Can we just admit that you have to be somewhat cute to get the guy and be like, look, I'm not fat.
I think she's actually, I think the one dude that doesn't look like her dad. Hold on, I got to go back to. I don't remember where it is. There's a dude in the picture that there's like her dad's in a lot of the pictures, but there's a picture where there's a dude that seems pretty clearly to be her boyfriend. Maybe I was wrong. Yeah. Maybe it's the dude she canoodles with.
Look, so I had this conversation with my husband. I'm like, if I was dressed like, and I showed him examples, conservative, blah, 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 would you have? And he's like, no, absolutely not. because he's like, I need to know, like, the body is okay before I approach the girl. There's a difference between like full on 304 and just like a girl who's like showing you, look, I kept it together. There's a difference.
Yeah, I'm just not going to call her. I don't think she's a 304. And maybe she is. I don't know. I wouldn't call her out though. She seems pretty legit. The yoga pants though, that's poor choice. And maybe it was appropriate for what she was doing. I don't know. I'm not a fan of yoga pants being worn around every day. I mean, she definitely has some pictures that are definitely influenced by whoever's taking the picture to sell a product. There's like this binocular picture that is 100% staged. There's a picture with her with a coffee cup that is obviously staged. But most of them seem pretty like the way I would expect a most of them seem pretty okay. Not like super what's the word I'm looking for? Most of them are not super thoughty, right? Most of them are just like, eh.
I mean, no if, ands, or but about it. She's advertising, but she is single, so you have to advertise when you're single.
Well, she may be in a relationship. I don't think she's
know.
married. Yeah, I don't
We
know.
don't know.
It looks an awful lot like she's in a relationship. Just same dude, a lot of pictures. And there's one dude that's obviously her dad. There is a picture of her in a bikini. There's one picture of her in a legit bikini. I had to scroll way the fuck down to find it though.
I mean, the Halloween picture.
I don't get the noodling thing to begin with. That's pretty fucked. I mean, that's crazy. I got to be honest with you. For Alabama, it's pretty respectable clothing most of the time. Eh. I see one picture that I'm kind of like, eh. Looks like she's been dating that one dude for a while. What do I know? I don't give a shit. Whatever. I'm not prepared to call her a thought. Where are we at? I'm sorry. I got distracted. Dude, bro. The fuck? Kevin. That's like saying dudes only wear sweatpants outside their homes to hang. My lad, you've gone and done it. You've gone and done it. Hey, that's just not good. Jess knows I don't yoga pants. There's something about yoga pants being worn out that is just weird to me. Now, not that they can't be made to look nice, right? Like with a worn like tights with a skirt or a long shirt or something like that. They made to look good, but yoga pants by themselves with like a workout top is pretty cringe, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know?
No, because I used to wear yoga pants after I had the baby.
They were comfy, right?
Because they were comfortable, because I couldn't have anything tight anymore because it hurt. It took me like, I don't know, 5-6 years to wear like jeans again.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, this is a child.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. You would try noodling, bro? I don't know, man. Noodling is that's pretty rough. Oh, Clover says she's been with that dude at least 6 years. They're probably secretly married in Alabama.
Yeah.
So
She probably pretends to be single to sell products or something.
yeah. My take on yoga pants is that I think originally they were fine. You know, women wore them instead of sweatpants or tights, and they weren't like tight yoga pants, right? They were yoga pants. And then somebody decided that they needed to be so fucking tight that we could see the wrinkles in your skin. And that's gross. It's disgusting. Nobody wants to see that. So then they started having to pad them back or whatever to make them look less cringy. But we all know it's cringy as shit. I don't have a problem with yoga pants for the most part. And a lot of women can wear them without looking like whores. But at the same time, a lot of women can't, and they shouldn't. What feels weird? Oh, noodling. Yeah, they can't hurt you. They don't have teeth or anything. Jess does go to the gym every day. I give her crap for wearing yoga pants outside the gym. I used to do it every day. Told her to wear real clothes. Doesn't take that long to change. Really doesn't. Yeah, I don't know her. I don't know that I knew that she was single or not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she's a thought. Well, if you listen to BO, we're all grifters. We can get into that if you want to. He had a 4-hour diatribe about poor Glenn yesterday. I have no idea what the fuck that was all about. I have a cool take that only some of us will get. We'll discuss that in a moment. Can't believe Kat showed her kidnapped husband on YouTube to show us he was safe. Now, she's shown him before. It's very small doses, though. Small, like really. No, I think at first they didn't fit the way they eventually fitted. Like they used to not have like 20 different panels that were custom tailored to your ass and shit. Kat knows what I'm saying.
Yeah, yoga pants used to be like flat on the back.
Yeah.
Like a skirt, like flat, and then the legs. Now it's like the crease, and then the crease goes out from the butt cheek, so it's
They're
always
literally like 20
like
pieces of fabric.
They made a permanent wedgie in it.
They made it so that they induced camel toe. Hmm?
Yeah. And the fabric got thinner and thinner and transparent.
Nearly transparent. Yeah.
And then they made fun of women for showing panty lines. So they gaslit them
Sure.
or whatever to not
Sure.
wear
Women
underwear.
advertise.
Yeah.
Women advertise. I don't necessarily have a problem with women advertising. I have a problem with what the advertisement says. If the advertisement says you can buy me, that's a problem. If the advertisement says I'm available for long-term relationship, that's less of a problem, right? It's, read your own advertising. Yoga is demonic. I don't know about that.
What do you think the poses are? The poses are different demons that you invoke. That's what they are.
There are very thin butt scrunchy ones that are totally 304. Mine are thick compression black ones for running. Yeah, I go with that.
The butt scrunchy ones are all
It
the
took
rage.
7 minutes to change. Didn't matter if it was the ballpark, the dojo, the phone booth. Right. Yeah. That's true. I remember that. I don't know why. I always used to change for Jim. Was he really? Fuck, I missed it. I had shit to do this morning. I must go. Oh, I got new emoji. Dude, we got custom emojis. So we got memberships that are going to go live as soon as YouTube approves it. I have custom emojis that are fly. There's only 4 of them because apparently YouTube limits your ass until they like you. But my emojis are awesome. Awesome, I tell you. Just let me hang on. At least if I can brand these out. Can't entertain the audience while I'm thrashing about. That's not entertaining. What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. Okay.
Don't do that.
All
Don't
right.
do that.
I wanted to tell you that I got into a fight with my sister-in-law.
Of course you did. Why would you not?
I know. I don't think women should be in the same room with other women.
You used to. You should be in the same room now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
it's getting worse.
Oh, it's a stupid damn. I hate telemarketers. Here's one of my new emotes. Oh wait, I gotta take us down. Hang on. How about if I do it like this? Like this. I want it like I want us on the corner here. Why is this not aligning the way I want it to? Anyway, so 100% copium seed, and the other one says Spurg. It's pretty fucking funny. And I like them. I like them a lot. So I-Fi was put in his place. That's good. I-Fi always brings me up. I live in that dude's head rent free. I have lived in his head rent free for like a couple of months now. TR Finley, if you have to bail, you have to bail, man. Thanks for the interaction as well. Hopefully my channel will not be smaller for much longer, but I will still interact with you. So, family drama, cat. You had family drama. So, yeah.
So you want to know the story?
Yes, please tell me the story.
Good, because I need advice on this. Okay, so my sister-in-law was here with her daughter to check out the local university, right? So we went to do that this weekend. Anyways, and then my daughter was telling her like, oh, that she wants to go to like a really cool school or whatever. And I said to my daughter, I'm like, yeah, we're going to do the first 2 years, like the AA in the community college across the street. It's way cheaper. And then you do your last 2 years with like the specialty, whatever college you want to do. And that's what it's going to be on your diploma at the end of the day, right? So it doesn't really matter that you save money and you get rid of your requirements at this community college. And my sister-in-law started screaming and saying that like my daughter was going to leave me and like have nothing to do with me after she turns 18 because I was so controlling and blah, 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 blah. And that she'll never get a job or go to a good school if she goes to the community college first. And that I was ruining her future and her life and blah, 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 blah. And I kept saying, well, it's my kid, so I want to do it this way because you know, whatever. And then she's just going off and off and off. So, what is your opinion on? Was I wrong? Am I wrong about doing the community college first? I mean, it just seems logical.
I mean, if you want them to go to college, I don't know that it's a bad thing to do, right? Like, I think it's probably okay. Especially if their school sucks and I got you behind the thing. All right. Why won't it put us in the corner? It just won't do it. I don't know what's going on. That's fine. That's hilarious. All right. That's the copium. You now have copium. That's the thing. This is cool. I have all these cool stuff. So here's my perspective. Right. And I actually have said this many times before, maybe not here, but, and I know that Kevin and I talked about this, as a matter of fact, after the fact, I agreed with him what he did. Do you remember Adam Carolla? Do you know who Adam Carolla is?
Yeah.
Do you remember Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla? Okay.
Yes, of course.
Well, right. You're old. I keep forgetting. I trapped myself on that one. Myself on that one. All right. So Adam Carolla always used to say that everyone should go to community college first because it's cheaper. The classes are, you know, especially for your core curriculum, are way easier, and they're all bullshit classes anyway. So why not just not do it? That reminds me, the next emoji, as soon as YouTube allows me more than 4, the next emoji is "You're so old." You're so old. That's the next one. Thank you. I'm writing. I got to write that down. You're so old. Maybe I can get an Adam Sandler face behind it. You know, you're so old. And anyway, but yeah. So that was the idea behind the Dr. Drew thing, right? That was that's what they preached was, or at least Adam Carolla at least preached pretty strongly that you should not send your kids to big boy college, especially if their high school sucked, because they're not ready for real college. They don't know how to go to classes. They don't know shit. And it costs you a lot of money to teach them that for nothing. The only downside of community college is that if you want them to go to a top tier school, that could negatively affect their chance to get into, you know, like if you want them to go to Harvard or some shit, you know, but it just depends on what you're trying to do. How old's your kid's like 11.
Yeah. And we're already fighting about this in the family.
Why does your sister give a shit? Tell her.
I don't know. Look, this is my thing. My sister-in-law, she is a housewife. She went to an Ivy League school, that price of a house, and she studied music. And she did nothing. Exactly. She studied music. She did nothing with it. Her daughter now is going to one of the most expensive colleges for music because she plays the cello. and that's what she's going to major in. I don't know what kind of job that's going to give her because she's not going to be in an orchestra. So I don't know what the plan is and why she believed in spending so much money for something so
Yes.
dumb.
I have to stretch before my old man prattle here. Okay, gotta lay into this one. Okay. Music, huh? Wow. That's
Yeah.
great. That's really, really awesome. That's your husband's sister, correct? Your sister-in-law.
Yeah. So she looks just like my
Fuck
husband.
her.
Yeah.
Fuck her. Tell her to go
Oh my
away.
gosh.
Say,
Oh my
look,
gosh.
it's my kid. Go get one of your own. If you want to fuck up somebody's life, fuck up your own kid's life. But you know what? She probably doesn't have a sister because she's probably not that good in bed.
What?
No, not any judgment. I'm just saying.
No. She's married with the kids.
She has
a
8
housewife.
kids.
She has a daughter. She's a housewife.
Is her kid 11 too?
No, she's about to go to college.
Oh, she's about to go to college. Interesting. Yeah, still though. Air conditioning's making funny noises. Still though, why do you care? Does she hold sway over your husband or something? Does your husband listen to his sister? Fuck her.
No,
Fuck you.
it's
Fuck
just
off.
my problem was she was arguing with me in front of my daughter. And my daughter's like looking, and then she's saying things like, your kid is going to leave and never talk to you again after she turns 18 because you are so controlling, not letting her go to a university outright and ruining her life.
Does your daughter want to go to a university?
My daughter's 11. She doesn't know
Right.
what.
She didn't give a shit, right?
So she's like looking at us like trying to decide who's right.
Yeah. So here's the thing. And I've said this time and time again. College was the worst investment I ever made. If I had it to do over again, and I had a stigma about community college. I could have gone to community college, but I had a stigma about it. Part of that was because I had a scholarship to UT, and I just had it in my head that I was destined for greatness, and college was going to get me there. I was, in fact, destined for greatness, but college did not get me there. But universities have great parties. Wahoo's right about this one. Yeah. The difference in parties are night and day between community college versus real college. The bill also much higher on that. So first of all, I'll tell you how we're handling with my 14-year-old, the college thing, because it's important. It's it's a massive like group of decisions to make, or it seems like it. It really isn't. I don't understand why people get so wound up about college and choosing college for their kids and all this nonsense, because at the end of the day, it doesn't make a fuck. It doesn't. Look, your kid's going to do what they want to do. And if they fail out their first semester, they'll go 10 bars somewhere for a couple of years until they get back in if they want to go. And if not, shit happens. Life, wear a helmet. Life moves on. So the tack that we're taking with my son is what I told him is that, well, first of all, my son wants to go to MIT. That's a hard school to get into. Also very expensive. So we told him that we admire the gumption. Like, that's baller, right? Like that's not something like that you're just saying. Can you hear that? That's weird. Well, anyway, so I told my son that he could have, theory, we could afford whatever college he wants to go to. And, in theory, he could do whatever he wanted to do in college. And in theory, there's a lot of really nice theories. The problem comes in reality hits. So the reality is that he may not get in MIT. They may not accept him. What does he do then? Or he may get into I know, right? It did sound like a little rattlesnake. It's I think something's in the fan. I think something is I don't know whether it's an animal or a bird or a bee or the fuck ever it is, but something's in the fan. And you know what? It's cool. We'll figure it out. But it was funny. So we told our son that, hey, you may not be able to go to MIT. He's like, yeah, that's okay. Cool. Fine. Then we asked him what his backup plan was. And we've talked about this before. That he said, because we went, now I have preempted all of this because my son and I have traveled. We visited Harvard. We visited Yale. We visited Brown. We visited a bunch of these campuses. He knows where he's been to Vanderbilt and looked around. He's been to college campuses. I mean, this is when he was 12. We also showed him what it costs to go to college. Right? Hey, this is what it is when he was 12 or 13. So he understands it. And we also showed him my wife did not. I showed him other options. We talked about community college. He's less enthusiastic about that. I also showed him like the various trade schools, VOTEC schools. He was very interested in VOTEC school. He's very interested in going into the military. He's very interested in going into the military and doing a 2 or 3 year stint and getting trained there, and then going to MIT using the military money. That's a potential path. He's also very interested in going to and I think I've talked about this before, going to a 0 to hero flight school and becoming an airline pilot and working as an airline pilot for 20 years until he retires. And in that time, he'll get his bachelor's degree. He'll get his, he might get another secondary degree. And then if he still wants to go to MIT, he could do that. And he would not. And first of all, he would basically be guaranteed entry, right? Second, he would be able to pay for it himself out of his money. And he wouldn't be poor. And he would be retired at that point because he retired 20 years out of an airline. So he's actually thought, when we went and talked to when we went to Oshkosh and went to all of the airline recruiters and programs, he was actually listening when they talked about all of that, right? How, the airline will pay you for to pay for your training. You have to make a two-year commitment and they just take the money out of your check, right? It's like $70,000, but you're making, you walk into a $90,000 to $100,000 a year job and they just take the money out and you never really feel it. The same thing with the military. The military, you go there, he would take the ASFAB, that would kind of define his specialty, and then he would move into that specialty. Yes, sir. There.
Sorry, this, sir.
There he is, right there.
Hi.
Say bye.
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 He's using my hat to mow the grass in. So, because my hat's better, obviously. But I don't know why, actually. I think he just likes it. I don't know. You guys see my son mowing the grass. He is not kidding. He is in jeans. I mean jeans, not like thin jeans, like actual Levi's work jeans that are rolled at the cuff. He has black Timberland work boots on, like work boots. A buttoned down short sleeve Oxford with a t-shirt and leather suspenders, handmade leather suspenders that we ordered from this guy in Texas to mow the grass. No, no tank top and shorts for my boy. My boy dresses to impress. That's great. That's just awesome. It's so funny. I should have got a picture while he was standing there. It's really hilarious. But yeah, he's out there mowing the grass. So anyway, I think that you know you make the best decisions that you can, and you need to start talking to your kid now about those decisions and the options, because what sounds really good today may not sound really good tomorrow, and if you have enough time to think about it, you'll figure out what you want to do. My son goes back and forth on the military. On the one hand, he likes the idea of being in the military. He likes the whole idea of it. On the other hand of it, he also likes to goof off a lot. The military doesn't really, they frown on that, and he really likes to goof off a lot. And he doesn't. So there's something in there in between, so that he could do that. And community colleges could be a viable option for him. I don't think it will be a viable option for my son, because I think my son's he's gonna have some weird thing that he does that we can't even see yet. Like I don't know what, but he'll figure it out. And stand by. I'm getting a text from I'm getting communication from my wife. My wife and my what is this? Oh. This is interesting. I can't talk about it, but it's interesting. Let's see, where are we at here time-wise? Sorry, guys, this is bad TV. It's bad TV. It's dead air. Hey. My wife and my son disrupting me today. How about that? The military and four-year colleges are both woke now. Yes, and so's every damn where else. Find me a place that isn't. Everyone should serve 2 years, even if it's a weekend warrior. Now, that's also an option that I proposed to him, is that he could do his airline pilot gig or whatever thing that he wants to do, and then be in the reserves or the National Guard, either one. Do a weekend. Was it 2 weekends a month and a weekend and a week a year, some crap like that, and still make money, gets paycheck every month, and he means in the military, but he would get he gets a paycheck. It's a pretty easy gig. You get some experience. People know who you are. It's not bad. It's not a bad gig. And I know grown ass men that have done that, that are entrepreneurs that become reservist or National Guard for that continuous paycheck and some other advantages. Yeah, that's problematic. I don't know if he'd be shoulder to shoulder, though. I feel like that guy'd be running the other direction. A weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. That's what it is. Reserves is a great deal. Yeah. National Guard reserves. Dad called and pulled his back. Wish me luck. Worse than grumpy, sick kids is grumpy old people. Get off my lawn. What's wrong with you? Have a great day, all. Good luck, ZD Den. I will pray for you. You will need it. Yeah, they did. The military did force jabs. So did a lot of employers. They did. As a matter of fact, I have a friend of mine who changed his entire career because he would not get the jab. So, whatever. Anyway, yeah. So, and obviously, all the stuff that we're finding out about that. Kat, let me go over some of my first topics, because you missed a lot. Were you listening to the start of the show?
No.
Of course not. Why would you do that? What is he doing? He just fired up the lawnmower outside. What is wrong with kids these days? Kids these days. All right. Where are we at here? Where's my stuff? Let's see. So, Kat, what else has been going? What was your holiday thing that you had going on,
What holiday?
or vacay, whatever it was, whatever you're calling it.
Vacay. It was his sister and my niece came to town, so I had to shuttle them around. So it's
Yeah.
like, family.
Yeah. Let's see. Where's my list of things here? Here we go. So let's see. I think the things that you would find funny is the Taylor Swift versus Dave Grohl thing that's going on. That's pretty hilarious. Oh, Dave Grohl accused Tay-Tay of lip syncing. Basically, he said at least they play real music, unlike Taylor Swift.
Did you hear what she said about the patriarchy? She made all the women chant F the patriarchy.
Did you really? Interesting.
And then brought her boyfriend up on stage or something. I don't understand.
Well, she's a 34-year-old unmarried woman who's getting older every day. And who cares if she's a billionaire? Fuck her. Nobody cares.
I don't know.
The airline pilot thing that he's talking about, the airlines did force the jab, and now, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, COVID is now linked to nervous system disorders. Positively, it's a real thing now. It's not really up for debate anymore, and that's very interesting. You got any input on that? Have you seen that? Did you see that in the news? Do you know anything?
No,
about
I have a bunch of pilot friends, male and female pilot friends, and they did not get it. They took like a leave of absence, and then when that blew over, they hired them back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now they get paid more because there's certain people that are specifically asking for people who were never jabbed to fly them.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do that on commercial. Can't go on Southwest and say, "Can I see the pilot's medical history?"
Oh no, not for regular people. No.
You know, the best thing about summer is I like Arnold Palmer's again. I don't normally like lemonade. I do not drink. I don't normally like lemonade that much, and I don't. And iced tea's okay because I'm from the South. But generally, the entire rest of the year, I do not want that at all. But when it gets hot, all of a sudden, I'm like, oh man, I'd really like an Arnold Palmer. But yeah, no alcohol. Sun tea's a thing too. Not gonna lie. And then Supreme Court's taking up gender-affirming care for minors. Did you hear about that? So pretty soon, your daughter can force you to allow her to change her gender. She can be a man. She get a penis sewed on.
That's the other thing.
And that's actually, they're not actually taking it up to fight you. They're actually fighting the states that have laws in place preventing gender-affirming care for minors. That's the thing. So. I bet that's how that works. And then what do you think about the upcoming debate with Trump and Biden with muted mics? First time?
What? What do you mean muted?
They're going to mute the mics when the other person is speaking.
Oh yeah. That's better. Give everybody a chance.
Better? No, I need Trump shouting down Biden.
It's less fun for sure. But he's at a mental disadvantage, so they're just trying to
even the field.
Yeah. And I get it. It's so drastically different. But I mean, it's dumb to even bother.
Wow, Tiger Woods, huh? Wow. You went there, Mr. Boulay. You went there. That's okay. I'll support you. Also, new dynamic in the man or bear. We can go man, bear, or shark. an actor who played in the Pirates of the Caribbean, who is a nationally ranked surfer, pro surfer guy, found dead in Hawaii, whatever, Hawaii. Shark attack, but sharks don't hurt people. Sharks are nice. They're our friends. They're our little sea friends. Yeah. Anyway,
I mean,
they found him out there floating in the ocean, dead. Shark attack.
Well, in Miami, we've had recently a bunch of shark attacks. They're coming closer. They think there's something poisoning
I
the
was
water.
watching that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
so
watching the footage of that, and how close and shallow they are is crazy.
Oh,
Crazy.
I've had sharks go right up next to me in like my whole life.
Yeah, but those are like the harmless sharks.
They're like, like that big, like maybe like 5 feet.
They're not the mean sharks.
I mean, I don't know what they are because I can't see them.
You can't see them?
You just see the little fin, and then the lifeguard yells at you.
Oh.
We don't really listen.
Eaten, try not to get eaten. Greetings. Believe in yourself, as you should. Guy who played a shark comes to it. Did Spike play a shark in? Oh, that would be fun. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Must have been a woman in the water near him that time of month. So, an interesting little factoid about dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
Dolphins.
Grape.
Well, yes. Humans.
Yes. All the time.
When they are that time of the month and in the water, it's a real thing. Like, they're super aggressive. Like,
they will take you down, drown you, and then do it at the bottom of the water.
They don't take no for an answer, bro.
Yeah, that's how they reproduce. They kind of like ambush the girls.
What's up, F and Epic? So yeah, I did. So I think it's interesting how all these women want to like hand feed the dolphins and all that, and I'm like, interesting. That ought to be the new one, is dolphin versus dolphin or man choice. Can I get child support? Last time I went in the ocean, it was Miami. I was way out there, just walking around, and felt a bump and another. So I double timed it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the
Joseph
men
wants to know if
are
you can get child support after the grape. Not from a dolphin. They're dolphins, bro. That's funny. That was hilarious, guys. That was hilarious. So, have you heard Andrew's? I know you've been gone. Have you heard Andrew's theory about why Trump may not win the election, and even if he wins, he may not ever be. Even if he could win, he won't be president anyway.
No, I haven't heard, but I mean, they're trying their hardest.
Sure. Well, Andrew presents this in a very interesting way, and I think it's worth talking about, because the way that Andrew lays it out, it's very clear that what could happen, and it's it's actually aggravating because he's so right about it. The fact that Trump has such an uphill battle, the fact that they're doing everything possible to interrupt his campaigning, the fact that Biden himself is an incumbent, and it's almost impossible to beat an incumbent, especially when when people are fat, dumb, and happy. And right now, people are, in fact, fat, dumb, and whether they want to admit it or not, relatively happy. And so it's going to be a tough road. So he made solid points. I will give him that it's all solid, and it very well could happen that way. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know what way he said it would happen, though.
Well, the way that he lays it out, the initial points are just that Biden will get more votes because he is the incumbent, and Biden, it's very hard to beat an incumbent. Trump has lost a lot of favor with, or seems to have lost a lot of favor with the middle of the road, the undecideds, the independents, that sort of thing. And so he would not get those votes, or they would abstain from voting, which is the same thing. And that Biden would just win outright. What do you think about that?
I don't think he would win outright. I just don't believe that. I believe a lot of people that I know that were on the left have moved over to the middle, and then they're like, I'd probably vote for Trump, even though, I don't like him as a person, or whatever they need to say to justify it. So I've seen a lot more people move over. I've seen a lot more, like, of my Black friends that were like super, super Democrat. Now they're like, I think we were bamboozled. And now they're like super, super Republican.
Sure.
So I've seen a lot of people switch over. I haven't seen anybody go the other way. I haven't seen that.
Well, I agree with that. I just also, but I don't see the number of independents that are coming out and saying, hey, I'm going to definitely support Trump. And here's the way I feel like it could happen, and Trump could win. If RFK, who's the independent, the third party guy, if RFK runs about halfway through, maybe September, with 8 weeks to go until the election, 8 or 9 weeks ago to the election, if RFK was to withdraw and back Trump, that could swing it. Because at that point, those people they're committed to RFK. RFK is a stand-up dude. I like him. I think I honestly thought that he should have been, I think he should be the VP running mate. It would be awesome if he still was, and it's, and I just feel like that could swing it, right? Because at that point, the independents that would normally vote third party would in fact vote Trump. I personally am disappointed that Trump missed an opportunity to declare himself third party and pull the libertarian ticket. And if he had done that, I feel like that he still would have had all of the mainstream Trump supporters supporting it. And they would have pulled some of the conservative Republican guys over there. And I think that might have swung it. That might have swung it for him. Because my biggest concern is that there are too many hardline conservative Republicans out there that believe the nonsense and will abstain from voting for Trump rather than, and I quote, hold their nose and vote for Trump. So this is my problem is that I don't believe that I think that people believe too strongly in the Republican Party being behind Trump. I think most of Trump's support comes from independents, people who would normally identify as libertarian, and people that normally would tend towards third party. I think that's where most of his support is. I think that's where most of his base is. Now he got very fortunate, I think, when Barr went after him. Is it Barr? How do you pronounce that New York guy's the prosecutor's name? Chat will know. Is it Barra or how the fuck do you say that guy's name? The prosecutor. Anyway, so when that guy went and filed charges against Trump in New York state court instead of federally, they knew it wouldn't work federally, and they drug up all of these old laws and all of this stuff, and they know that they're going to be reversed on appeal. They know this isn't going to hold up. They did the whole thing just for the headlines, right? That was the whole thing. They ran that whole dog and pony show. They did all of the nonsense. and it was realistically only driven to generate headlines that they could use. And they don't care if it's reversed, because they're just going to keep pointing at the headline. They're just going to keep pointing right over there. Look at this. Look at this. Well, we convicted him, and they don't care if it gets repealed. They don't. That's never been their strategy. But and then of course Fannie Willis did the same thing down in Georgia, and now she's been outed, and she's going to end up being prosecuted, and all of that's going to get reversed on appeal. The judges even said that he supports the appeal, even though he rendered the decision, right? Like, he's like, I support the appeal. There's so much wrong in this case. So everybody knows that none of this stuff sticks, but that doesn't change the fact that there's a large group of Republicans out there, or rhinos, that will not vote for Trump just because of these issues, massive air quotes here, big, cat style air quotes, the Chinese cat, not the cat. Big air quotes, Republicans, rhinos that supposedly supported Trump, that always, say they support Trump, but when it comes into the voting booth, they do not actually vote for Trump. So I don't know, man. I think it's gonna be tight. I think it's gonna be really bad. Now, the other thing that Andrew said, and I can't argue with, is the Democrats will control the mail-in votes. And when you control that, when you can kind of count those, and those are under your purview, you can generate whatever votes you want. And they don't actually have to make up votes. They can simply suppress actual votes, and they've canceled out. Not only they cancel out your vote, that effectively casts a vote for the other guy. So, that'd be great. I mean, honestly, I would love it for Ghost and everyone else to be right. I will vote for Trump. Andrew said he will vote for Trump. He just believes in the end it won't matter. And at this point, I gotta say, it's looking like he might be right on that. Kat, any rhetoric, and you want to say anything?
I mean, I hope he wins. I don't know what's going on. It's very confusing. People are like, this was good. Like the trial thing was good. Now everyone's going to vote for him. And then some people are like, oh, because of the trial, no one's going to vote for him. So, like, I don't know. I don't think I have enough.
I get it. I get the indecision for sure. Okay, so do you vote, or does just your husband vote?
Yeah, I vote. I do mail in, though.
You do mail in?
Yeah, I'm lazy.
Don't do mail in. What's wrong with you? Your vote could be suppressed. Go vote. Go vote in person. And you get the sticker that says I voted, and you get to wear it around all day and be like
in the house.
Be superior to everyone. No, go out. Go to Starbucks with I voted. And when they say, who'd you vote for? You'd be like, oh, you know who. You know. I actually I need that T-shirt that says if I'm here, it's no longer a gun-free zone, so I can wear it to Starbucks every time I go, because it's not. I agree. I agree with everything you guys are saying. 100%. It's just Wahoo gets it, man. I don't trust the mail-in voting. I don't trust that there's no clear control on it. Well, I mean, there kind of is. The clear control is that the leftists have control of the mail-in voting. That's the clear control. And
from what I understood, you can look it up after the fact to see if your vote went through and because you can look up who voted for what. So then you can see if they got the right one. The problems that we have with the mail-in is that they use dead people, not like the real people who are voting. It's more like the additional people.
Okay, but where would you? I mean, Do you think people are angry enough to vote Biden out?
I know. Okay, look, I know I have like some Jewish family members, and these people are so Democrat, like put all their money into the Democratic Party. And this is the first year that they're like, I think I might vote for Trump. I have never heard that in all my life. Like, especially like my friends in Miami, like we have a big Jewish community. I'm very close with a lot of them, and they are just like for the first time talking about Republicans and like watching Fox News, and like they've completely switched. I've never seen that before. So I've never seen the Black community switch. I've never seen the Jewish community switch. We've lost in my circles. We've lost a few of the Hispanic community to the left because they want to be victims and they got into the wokeness. But I'm seeing a lot more people go towards the Republican side now. So I can't say what's going to happen, but I'm seeing personally this shift. And that could just be a Florida thing.
Well, here's the other thing. What do you think about the illegals voting?
They're definitely going to vote, and they're definitely going to have some sort of a sway with the election, because we don't even know. These are brand new people. We can't really cross-reference if any of these people are real. So like we can now figure out if the people have passed away after the fact, if they were using dead names. We can't know new people. Like, how are we going to figure that out? And I think they're going to use that. Whether or not they actually vote for this side or the other one, they can use that there's so many new people and just invent people. And we'll never know for like years.
Very interesting. It's an interesting point because I think that you just can't, it's just not predictable right now. It's just, we're just in this weird, we're just in this weird situation. Wahoo says you're right. They can manufacture votes because of this.
Yeah, I might not know like the specifics about like everything and whatever, but like just logically from an outsider's perspective, that seems like if I was an evil manipulative person wanting to control the votes, that's what I would do. I would invite a bunch of illegal people in, so there's a huge influx of people, and then I can invent even more of an influx of people, and then I can just make up all these names and use them forever. And who's going to cross-reference that all these new millions of people that I added that are now going to be forever Democrats are even real to begin with? No one's going to know that. Like, I have now the liberty to create millions of people that don't exist because of this.
It's true. Vote printer. So you know that what is it, the C1 app or whatever the app is that the illegals use to get into at the border crossings? They pre-check. It's like TSA pre-check, except without the TSA part. Do you know that app is it's written by the government, and I think one of its functions is exactly what you're talking about. They can literally just say that all of them voted this way. And who's to say they didn't? Except them. But they no habla inglés. No habla. No habla. What's up, legendary CEO? How are you today? Good to see you in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Excessive context. Yeah. I think it's really interesting. I think that we're, I think we're at a point now, though, where the need to demand transparency is at an all-time high, and yet it's not being heard. Well, that's not exactly what they said. What they said is that it was as near as they could tell, there was no legal path for them to overturn it because nobody had met their burdens of proof. That was, I guess, true. I don't know. I wasn't privy to all the information, but that's not exactly what they said. Hell in a cell, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves, he gets the office. I'm not opposed to it. Yeah. Cat, you're being called out.
I didn't say anything. I don't know what he's talking about.
All right, so in the last like half hour, let's talk about some of the cool podcasts from the past few days. I was on Glenn's podcast last night. I did not really watch whatever, so I'm not up on it. Somebody will have to help me out with that. I didn't catch any of it, to be honest. I was on Glenn's until late, and then I had a great after podcast session with Glenn and a couple other guys. We were back there just kind of bowling around, and it was really nice. A lot of good stuff talked about. It seemed like that most of my podcast this past week, most of the subjects have been based around religion or how we are responding to religion in our current atmosphere, our current society, which is not something I normally talk about, but it was a good thing to talk about this past week. I will be leaning harder into the political sphere of this. I'm actually hoping to get a couple of political guests in to talk about their different stances and that sort of thing. The problem is that to get someone that actually has anything intelligent to say is tough because they don't want to say it on a small channel. They want to say it on a big channel, or they don't want to say it at all on any YouTube channel. So it's actually proven to be tougher than I thought, because I figured that basically if you point a camera at one of them, they would talk, and that's not necessarily the truth. Kat, any input on the past week's marathon of podcast that I did?
I haven't been able to watch much. I saw that Glenn did something on religion and stuff, but I didn't really get anything. I didn't really get the main points. I saw like there was this guy, I think you had him on your podcast too, that he was talking about what happened with him and his ex-wife and his kids, and like he was a pastor or something, and how like they kind of like attacked and separated the family or whatever. That was interesting, but I didn't get to like ask him any questions or whatever.
Sure.
Find out anything about that.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't consider myself intelligent enough to really talk about religion the way that Glenn does. I was happy to be able to throw in some opinions. Believe in Yourself, Charlie Kirk did very well in your opinion. So I've heard it both ways. There's a lot of guys that just don't like Charlie Kirk, and that's actually this is going to be my closing subject. I know that people anticipate me and other creators to come out hard against something or to say something that they really want to be said, and then when we don't say it, or you feel like it's watered down, well, you're just caving into the man. You're just, whatever. And I get that. And some of that's true, right? Like, I think that we all saw how Lauren Chin and Andrew, when they debated, how much Lauren Chin retreated and how much she backed up and took what Andrew said to heart and kind of said, you know what, you're right. I was wrong about that, or that's not, that wasn't really my opinion or whatever. I believe Andrew did slay. Andrew slayed it literally all night last night. He started early and went late. He started with Dave Smith, and I think that he just destroyed Dave Smith again. I don't think Dave Smith is ready for Andrew, and I think that he's deceiving himself that he belongs as anything other than a comedian. I don't think he's very good at what he thinks he does. I could be wrong. I will rewatch it probably this afternoon and make some some comments on that. You don't know Charlie Kirk. This just based. Yeah, right. I don't know him. Well, I've watched his content for a while, off and on when I catch it, especially the short stuff that he does and the clips and whatnot. And he's he used to be I used to feel like he used to be a little harder line. The same way that I feel like Ben Shapiro's backed off, Matt Walsh has backed off. All of these guys, it feels like they've backed off, but I don't know that that's actually the truth. I don't know that they've actually yeah, okay. I don't know what we're talking about there. Anyway, I don't know that it's the truth that they've actually toned down, or if they're just slightly modifying their message to reach a broader group of people. When we talk about optics, I hate that word. I hate the word optics. I hate the word, that it just seems like it's tone policing. It seems like that it's just really a strange thing. But the reality is, I think that I think that if you want to be effective and you want to reach people, at some point you have to change your message. Once you've reached all the people you're going to reach with that hardcore, kill them all, bang heads, whatever, when you that super aggressive message, once you've reached those people and formed your beachhead, then you can tone down a little bit and say, okay, let's talk about this. I mean, I disagree with Charlie on several things, right? Like, I don't necessarily agree with the stance he takes on homosexuality and transgenderism and that sort of thing. Not that I think that he's okay with it, but my basic understanding of his message, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my basic understanding of his message is that he wants those people to vote conservatively. He wants them to understand that even though they view themselves as leftist, they're really probably only leftist in one or two minor aspects of their lives. And the entire rest of it, they agree with the conservative side. They all want to make money. They don't want to be socialist. They all want better quality of life. They all want lower taxes. They all want all of the things that conservatives want. They want. The problem is that the one or two things that they just, have to have, they can't have. And I don't necessarily agree with that message, because I am kind of an all or nothing sort of guy. But I get why Charlie says that. Okay. I'm not going to discredit him for it. I'm not going to hold his feet to the fire. Hey, look, if that's a message he wants to send out, okay. If it reaches people and it gets them to vote for better politicians, it's a win. It just is. If he doesn't reach those people, then we weren't going to reach them anyway, and it's no harm, no foul. So I don't know. I think that we want. One of the things I think in this particular space is we want to see blood too much. We want people to feel the pain. So, compromise their morals and principles is the fastest track to become the left. Not one step back is best. I don't disagree with you. However, I can't fault Charlie for his message. So that wouldn't be my message, but I can't fault him for his. I don't honestly give a shit if a guy's a homosexual. That's between him and God. I do care greatly if, because he's a homosexual, he votes for the left every single time, even though he's pro-gun, even though he is for low taxes, even though he's for all of the things that I believe in. I honestly I don't care if he sucks dick. I really don't. That's between him and God. And I'm not God. I'm not. So it's not tolerance. It's Man, I don't know. Something else, not tolerance. Last night's premise seemed to be the root of that is, yeah, it is mental illness, and it should be treated as such. Greed, 100%. I like it. I like it when people start looking past the drama, past the talking points, past societal opinion, push past political partisanship, and drill down to the root causes. I agree with that. I've only seen Charlie really get it into it most of the college students. Yeah, and it's easy for him to beat the crap out of them because they don't know anything. My focus was on how he distilled much into easily digested sentences. That's really good. Yeah, okay, I believe that. Or as it was stated last night, plays the skin flute. Plays the skin. Yeah, all right, I go with that. I like how Andrew only matches the energy given. I'm really trying to be that way. I'm not naturally that way. I'm really trying to be that way. I have a good basis for doing that. I just don't. I choose violence almost in every occasion. Well, I mean, my first instinct is to choose violence. So, moving the ball forward in dribs and drabs is often looked at as compromise, and it is not. Yes. Who the fuck is sucking dick with God? Okay, so nobody said that. I said it's between that man and his God. I don't dictate any of that. And he doesn't get to know how my dick tastes. So there you go. I got Cat. You should have seen that one coming a mile away. The minute I said dictate, obviously the next line has to include my dick taste. You know, that's just funny. That's how that works. It's not good humor. It's bad humor, but it's my humor, and that's what it is. Yeah, nobody said that. Yeah, he's trying to stir everything. Who cares? It's funny. Yeah, right. Ghost gets it. Ghost gets it. Yeah, God is not partaking, bro. He's not into that. You're meant to be the nation of freedom and human rights. Sure. And again, you're perfectly free as a human being to suck as many dicks as you want. Dick, 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 day after day, dick, dick, dick. I don't care. It's not, look, I'm indifferent. I don't care. That is literally between you, the guy's dick you're tasting, and God. And if you can make it right with God, more power to you, brother. Hallelujah. But I'm not getting in the middle of that shit. Nope. No, sir. You have all the dick you want. You have a dick barbecue right outside. I just don't care. Richard. May thou choke on a sackful of Richards. You didn't get that, Cat. You didn't laugh. May thou choke upon a sack full of Richards.
I get it.
A bag of dicks.
Yes.
There we go. Let's not suck dicks today. Okay. I'm not gonna. I can tell you that. Cat might. I don't judge. Not today. Okay. Your husband weeps. Your husband's watching this right now going, wait, what? How did I get brought into this? Why am I not getting I'm not going to get into that right now. We're too close to the end of the show. Richard Sr. Yeah. That's funny. That's funny. Hey, Kat, have you seen the Hawk Tua girl?
I see memes about it, but I haven't seen the original.
She's from Nashville. That was filmed in Nashville. You thought it was just me, but no. We got it. We got it going on. So let's see. Are you saying that much like Hendrix guitar, Cat's husband shittily weeps? Oh, that's funny. That is so funny. What set off the pilot escort against Andrew last? I don't know. Somebody tell me. What happened? I really want to know. She turned her nose. I don't know who you're talking about. She turned her nose up before she even talked. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on now. Brian did say he wanted to invite the Hawk chick to whatever. Yeah, he should just come to Nashville. It'll be a better show. I love it when Andrew catches them in the lies. The lies are the best. The lies are the best. I wonder where Andrew is. I need to talk to that guy. Pilot attitude written on her face before she opened her mouth. Of course she did. Right? It's a woman. Hawk Tua. That's so funny. That's great. That's so great. They asked her a whole bunch of, they asked her like 3 questions, Kat. The first was something about if she had a boyfriend, and she said she did. Oh no, they asked her if she had a roster, and she's like, "No, only one man." And she's like, she called him, the fuck was his name? Pookie or some bullshit. I don't know what it was. And then they asked, what if she broke up with her boyfriend? How long would it take her to have another or to start dating again? She said the only way over one man is to slide under another one. I thought that's pretty fucking gross. But damn, that was some honesty right there. And then what was the last thing? Oh, the last question I asked her was how to best please her man in bed or some crap like that. And I don't think they expected what they got. They weren't ready. They weren't ready at all. That was funny. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. It was funny. And it was in Nashville. The funny thing is it's in Nashville, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds normal to me. That sounds just like Nashville. He asked her questions to prod in her story. She ate it. Yeah, of course they did. That's what happens. I've only watched part of it. I haven't watched any of it because I was on Glenn's show. You're launching a short channel on the same thing? Well, come on the show, pal. Come on Thursday. We'll be talking more politicking on Thursday. I have to keep the politicking funny though, or Kat gets weird. She loses focus, starts scratching people. She got butthurt because going between Charlie being a nice guy and Andrew challenging her, she wasn't ready. You ain't ready. She ain't ready. That's what it's up. Spit on that thing. That's right. That's hilarious. Have you seen that, Kat? Have you seen the whole thing? Have you listened to it?
No, not at all. No.
You have not seen it.
I'm good.
Oh, it is so funny. It is so hilarious. And the type of girl that says this is exactly the type of girl you think it is. Exactly. I mean, at least I did. How dare he questioned her narrative? Obviously. Cat's just looking there like, I guess he had to be there. No, she's looking like, oh, I've been there. I've been there. Stupid women. Yeah, she's a gold digger. They're all gold diggers. Cat's a gold digger. She just admits it up front and says, yep, I dug the gold. I know where it was. I knew where it was. I went, I got it. I trapped the man, and now I have his gold. That's how that works. The pilot spoke so freaking quickly. Was she Destiny fast? Was she like on the methadone rush? I know you don't know, Kat. I know you weren't watching. He pointed out she was a prostitute. Well, you know, kind of good. You know, I mean, what do you expect? Prostitute. You said girl, right? It's a prostitute. Okay, gotcha. There you go, Kat. That's the whole line. Hot tour. We gotta get Kat to do that on camera someday. We have to trick you into that. That's funny. She cannot explain how to land a plane or say much. Oh, it should have been on there. Somebody, why didn't anyone call me? Who has my number and didn't call? Kevin. This I sound like the guy in fucking Minions. Kevin. Damn it, Kevin. That's so funny. That's funny. We're saying much about details about gun shows. Oh yeah, that's look. Don't start questioning Andrew about guns. Little known fact: Andrew used to own a gun store. Yeah. Yeah, come on up, man. I'll put you on screen. Come up Thursday. We'll do like or you can do Wednesday night, but probably Thursday. I might go on the night. I was going to talk about it with Kat after the show, but I might do tonight after Scouts. I've got Scout. I usually don't do Monday nights because I've got Scouts, but I've got Scouts. But should be over pretty quickly. Coomer Kat. Kat doesn't have to coom. She's a built-in stuff. She has a guy lives with her. Husband, that's what it is. Yeah, you can sort out what that thing is. Yeah, absolutely. The old chick has been on a lot of podcasts over the years talking about her experience as an escort. On those, she tells a much different story than she did on whatever. Way more than 3 and 18 years. Wow, that's not shocking at all. Hawk sounds like some kind of falconry award or something. It does, actually. I didn't know what it was. I was like, what's everybody talking? Because I was out shooting all last week. I didn't know this stuff was going on. And then I get back and there's like a viral thing. I could have stopped in downtown. She shoots skeet with a rifle. That is fucking badass, to be honest with you. I'm not that good. Katrina was my favored one to interact last night. JoJo, though, I haven't seen it. I don't know what to do. Let's see. Oh, well, 100% question Andrew. He does not know everything, and he doesn't really keep up with modernity in the gun world, which is understandable. Yeah, you and I can question Andrew. I question Andrew too, but I think he used to own a gun shop. So, can I put someone on blast? I mean, sure. I mean, like all 30 people are going to hear it. Sure, why not? Who do I need to put on blast? They hand her the long gun to shot skeet. Yeah, okay. I saw a meme of Haktua, and it said, when you single-handedly overtake an entire Pride Month with 2 worlds. Yes, we have a hetero girl eclipsing all of Pride. No more spirit fingers. Spirit fingers. Spirit fingers. Yes, Boy Scouts. My son's in Boy Scouts. I still call it Scouts because we used to just always call it Scouts, and now I have to call it Boy Scouts because they made us say it Scouts. So, you know. Tell me you shoot guns without saying you don't really shoot guns. Yeah, I knew that when you said the whole skeet or shoot skeet with a rifle thing. I can already tell that. Who am I putting on blast? Did I miss something? I'm way behind. The whale kept eyeing the pizza last night. Yeah, probably. Just needed a little hawk tour. That's so funny. Oh, you're an Eagle Scout, bro? Awesome, bro. I'm gonna put that. That's gotta. Yeah, my son wants to be an Eagle Scout so bad. He's working so hard for it. It's hard work. Which YouTuber in Texas that I mentioned? I'm now lost. So, yeah. Oh, Brandon Herrera. I would love to have Brandon Herrera on the show. That'd be killer. But he has millions of viewers, and I have not a million viewers. But yeah. Mr. Boulay is also an Eagle Scout. Takes hard work, dedication. Gotta do shit. Make it happen, Captain. So, Cat, are you thoroughly bored? You look thoroughly bored. Do you have anything to add? Anything summer fashion related, I guess? Can we indulge you for like 2 minutes?
Fashion.
What did you think of the girls' bikini
fashion.
top? What did you look at the Instagram girls' bikini tops? What did you think of the bikini tops that she was wearing?
I mean, it's fine. She's probably young. She's out.
She is young.
It looks like it's hot out. What is she gonna wear? She's swimming. I mean, this is modern times. You can't expect people to dress
Could
like
have gone with a
old
one
times.
piece, though, right? Could have gone with a one piece, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, what is the point of having abs and working out if you're in a one piece? Then why do
that
it?
chick is ripped, like no kidding, ripped.
Look, if I
like
had
a good kind of ripped
full abs, it would be really difficult for me not to show them and, hey, look at this. I did this.
Are you doing a food channel now, Kat?
No, I don't have a food channel. I don't know what's going on.
This cat. You want to answer that one, Kat?
Whatever it is, what it is.
Answer that one, Kat. That's great.
What? It is what it is. I'm sorry.
And see, now somebody's calling me from Alabama. You see what happened? Now I got somebody calling me from Alabama because you're talking about the Alabama girls' abs and shit. Not even lying. That was the Alabama number. Who the hell do I know in Alabama? Hope it's a pest control guy. I need to get shit done. I lost track.
Abs.
Where are we at here?
We're talking about abs.
Kat is not here just to look pretty. She does say stuff.
Occasionally.
She even has like real opinions. She even rants once in a while. But yeah. Mostly I talk because that's what I do. Can a one piece with shorts not be a little much to deal with?
What do you mean to deal with?
Like if you were like actually walking around in the water with shorts over a one piece, would it like bunch up or would it be?
No, it would be fine. But I'm just saying, if I had ripped abs,
okay.
If this was the case, I would have all my shirts would be cut off right there just to show the abs. I don't think that's slutty. I don't think abs are slutty. Abs are like, look, I work out. Abs are not skanky.
Abs aren't skanky.
I don't think abs are skanky. I mean, if it's all the
All
way,
right,
if
you
your
know, all
pants
right,
are all
so
the way down,
this is a
it's
bad
different.
time to bring this up since it's literally like 5 minutes till I end the show. But so if she's not really showing boobs, she's showing cleavage, obviously, because it's a bikini, and she's showing her shoulders.
Shoulders are fine.
But she's not actually showing, like, she doesn't have half a boob hanging out, right? Like these are actually like relatively decent bikini tops, swim tops, whatever fuck you call them. I don't know. And she's got shorts on, so she's not parading around in panties.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Is that not like is that? I mean, because leg is fine, right?
Look,
for most people.
According to how I was raised, a little cleavage is fine if everything else is covered. A leg is fine if everything else is covered. Stomach is fine if everything else is covered. You can't do 2 or more, then you're a skank. But you're supposed to. You can't be like
Clover Tack
Amish.
Clover Tack has to clarify here.
Yeah, there's like you couldn't go to the bathroom. She wouldn't be able to go to the bathroom if she did that.
You'd basically have to strip, right?
Yeah. So that's why I don't like 2 pieces for this reason, or like the jumpers.
You mean one pieces?
One pieces and the jumper look. It's logistical nightmare.
I got you. All right, so you kind of made me look at this in a little different light. Like I didn't have a problem with it to start with because she's in the water and all that. But let's just say, sake of argument, I guess her outfit's really not that bad in the summer. I mean, it's not great. Like I wouldn't want to see her just out at the Piggly Wiggly in that, right? Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that. But if she was like on her way to the lake and she stops at the gas station to get a soda or something, that's not that bad. She goes to the lake, she's in the water all day, she comes out, that's fine.
This is how I see it. If you are at the beach in the water, you need to be in a bathing suit. Bikinis are fine, whatever. If you are walking in the street in a bikini and bending over and having pictures taken of you for your Instagram, and you are clearly nowhere near
your
water,
ass is hanging out.
Like if you're nowhere near water, it's totally not appropriate. We know what you're doing. But like if you're at the beach, what is the problem? Like we need to there's a difference between just a normal person who just happens to have a nice body living their life and like someone who is just obviously being a skank.
Okay. I mean, I never thought she was a skank. I think some of her choices are somewhat questionable. Right? There is one where she's in a bikini, but there's a lot of them where you can it's obvious the water is probably cold because she's wearing like a wetsuit top or or a complete wetsuit or something like that. So it's obvious that it's not in the middle of summer, right? But I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting argument. Again, I don't have a problem with women in bikinis when it's so I'm a big fan of appropriate dress, right? I beat my son up over this all the time. Like he'll wear jeans when he should be wearing shorts. I'm like, what are you doing? It's like 90 degrees out here. And then I start making fun of him because I'm like, nobody wants to smell your ball sweat, bro. Just go put some jeans on. I mean, go put on regular shorts. Nobody wants to see your, complete nonsense, right? All sweaty and smelly and stank. Nobody wants to stank. So I give him shit all the time for appropriate dress. Jess, what's your opinion? Jess, did you see the pictures of the young lady? Walmart. Fucking hell. Walmart women look the best. No, they don't. You ever notice though that you'll be walking through a Walmart and there'll be like one random like ridiculously hot woman in Walmart and you're like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, why are you here? Where did you come from? Cat's like, yeah, it's me.
Women need to shop.
They have husbands, Cat.
Not everybody's married like when they're 20.
Well, they should. Aren't you Irish, though? I mean, wouldn't you burn to a crisp if you exposed your skin to sunlight? Just guessing. Filthy Phil, we're on basically in our outro. We've been talking a lot this afternoon. You're welcome to watch the replay of the show. So yeah. Jess, are you out there? Jess? Nowhere near teriyaki Irish. If teriyaki is so white that if he walks out into the sun's gonna go blind because the reflection alone is gonna blind the sun. The sun's gonna be like, holy crap, that's bright. Yeah. He walks outside and people see him and he says, hey, that's pretty bright, right? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, you wish you were that bright, but you're not. You're not bright. I was up till 5 this morning watching Andrew on whatever. That's dedication, bro. I didn't watch it last night. I'm going to have to watch it again. No, I did not, but I will look at that. She's in the water. She's allowed to wear a swimsuit. One piece with shorts isn't practical in the woods. Jess is a country girl too. Well, she's a horse girl. That's worse. You know about horse girls, Kat? Do you know about horse girls?
I know some, but what about them?
Oh, yeah, okay. Horse girls can never truly love a man because they're in love with their horses.
I don't think the ones I know are that into their horses.
Horse girls are drama on top of drama. Literally. That's how that works. Yeah. Jess knows. Jess knows what the problem with horse girls are. Now they're fun, but a man is always second fiddle to horses.
They usually have Lyme disease after a while.
Horse girls?
Yeah, because the ticks.
Interesting.
All the
And
horse
sad.
girls I know get Lyme or some other tick-borne illness like MS or whatever.
Yeah. I can't say I know any that do that, but they're all like show horses and they're pampered horses. Pampered. So I don't know. Wait, Jess is very slow today. I don't know. Maybe she's working out. So what did I make sense on, Philly Phil? I don't often make sense. So I need to know. I need to make a note. Horses are delicious. Clover Tack in for the kill. Is it true that hot girls can't get polio? I don't know. I don't know. Spec, Strana, and AB kept me up till 5 a.m. watching whatever. Nah, that's because you live in Florida. Who cares? Cat made sense with ticks. That's why Andrew hasn't been around to bug me, because he's still sleeping it off. Yeah. Cat's a very smart person, guys. You guys, she is not a screensaver. For the last time. God. There's a huge difference between Western horse girls and English horse girls like Priya. So you know who Priya is, Kat?
No.
Whatever. Have you
No.
watched Whatever?
Yeah, occasionally, but I don't know like who the people, what their names are.
Priya is the horse girl that's been on like 6 or 7 times. That long hair. She looks like a horse. Like literally, if I asked an artist to draw me a horse girl, they would draw me Priya. Long dark hair, reasonable figure, not like perfect, but reasonable. Almost always in a white, like loose flowing shirt. Like almost always. And I think every time she's been on, she's worn jeans. I could be wrong about that, but that's like when somebody says horse girl, I literally picture that, and sometimes blonde, because here in Tennessee we get a lot of blonde horse girls. So, sorry, Kat, I like you, but that's bullshit. Oh, she went about the ticks thing. That was in Tennessee. My cousin had barbecue made just for me. I'm in Tennessee now. I'm always in Tennessee. Well, not always, but a lot of times. Slow because you're cleaning your stove so I can meal prep all my chicken. Yeah. Slow to respond. Slow to respond. Here I am providing all this great content, all this good stuff. This is accurate. This is accurate. Equestrian bitches think they so hot. Hot. They think they're hot. That's true. Clover Tack fires back. Justin Boots. It's a good boot. Rocky Mountain jeans. Cowboy hat. Pretty smoking. All right. No sleep till Brooklyn. We ain't going to Brooklyn, bro. We ain't going to Brooklyn. Yeah, which part? Which part of Tennessee? Butchicon was from Tennessee. He's somewhere else now. What I wouldn't give for pulled pork sando. That sounds great, actually. I know what I'm having for lunch. Oh, Nashville. I'm in Nashville. I'm outside of Nashville. I am outside of Nashville. Wits Barbecue? You're down the street, bro. I'll grab you one on my way back. They're literally down the street from me. You in my hood, bro? What's up? If you know she thirst trapping, you can't like her vids. I don't watch her vids, so I don't give a shit. I'd take a Wits. Yeah. Wits is right down the street. Email me one. Oh, I should seriously go get one. I haven't had barbecue in like several days. Nope, that's a lie. I had barbecue yesterday. Buc-ee's at Buc-ee's barbecue. Do you have a Buc-ee's in Florida?
No, I haven't seen any.
Have you been to Buc-ee's?
Nope.
Yeah. They used to have 8. They started, I think, in my hometown. They have one tiny location, and they now have like 3 locations in my hometown, and they're in Nashville. They're all over the place now. It's crazy time. I remember back in like the 80s. Yes. Should we pray? Should we all pray for you, Ken?
For what?
For whatever.
They don't have a Buc-ee's?
Yeah. You're missing out on some good barbecue. To be fair. Just saying. Have you been to one?
Never.
Okay.
We have it's flooded. Oh, we have what's it called? A Shorty's barbecue here. That's like the local barbecue place that everybody loves, but I hate it.
What kind of barbecue is it?
Briskets and stuff.
Oh,
I
like
don't
a
know.
Texas barbecue?
Kind of, but I don't like barbecue.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't like barbecue. I don't like sugary sauces.
I
don't mind the super vinegary sauces, but not like the sugar ones.
Okay, so you like North Carolina barbecue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's hard to trust a person that doesn't like good barbecue. So it's a Kevin. Apparently, Bucky's is crack for middle-aged women. So don't go to one. You'll be an addict. North Sider grew up in Huntsville. Get to Huntsville quite often, actually. Kansas City doesn't have barbecue. I'm sorry to tell you that. Kansas City doesn't have barbecue. They have what they call barbecue. It's not barbecue. Texas barely has barbecue. I mean, the best barbecue, to be honest with you, is in North Carolina, South Carolina, down into Alabama. Tennessee has reasonable barbecue. We're not great at it. We're okay. So, but you don't like barbecue, really? You don't like pulled pork?
It's not my favorite. If it has a vinegary sauce, I'll eat it, but it's not my
Oh,
favorite.
Hendersonville. Okay. Yeah, Hendersonville. Yeah, I know where it is. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry about that mental illness that you've got. We'll get you some help right away, because you obviously are sick if you think Huntsville has barbecue. I mean, that Kansas City has barbecue, man. I don't know what to tell you there, brother. That's some. They think they do, though. Memphis has pretty good barbecue ribs and stuff. The problem is with Memphis, they do that dry or wet rub, and I like both of them, but it's a little too much on the ketchup-y side, if you understand my meaning. It's just too much tomatoiness in there. I like the I tend more towards the more vinegary, sweet, smoky style sausage, and that's my only problem with Memphis barbecue. Well, you're from Texas. If you can't barbecue, they throw you out. Yeah, Memphis is good. Memphis is good. I'm not good about that. Yeah, it's not sauces. It's about rubs. It's about how you cook it. Yeah. It's about what you put on it. Barbecue bear? What? I got to go to North Carolina now. See you tomorrow. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's funny, though. I love barbecue, though. I have a buddy of mine who lives in Kansas City, and he believes without a shadow of a doubt that Kansas City has good barbecue. He's a sick man. He needs help. I don't know how he keeps a job. But then again, he's a chiropractor, so maybe he was sick all along. I don't know. Is chiropractor a real doctrine, or is that just like mythology? Come on, Kat. You're into that. You're into mythology.
I'm not into chiropractors.
You're not into them? They don't do it for you? They don't trip your trigger?
No, because I know a lot of people, they go and they get like some neck adjustment and then they could die afterwards. And it's just not worth it to me.
Interesting. You know, I'm going to go with this. I tell you, the best barbecue I've eaten recently was, it was actually brisket, which I'm not usually a big brisket fan. I'm more of a pulled pork guy. But it was a fatty brisket. Oh my God, man. It was so good. No sauce. Zero sauce. It's so good. I think the lean stuff needs the sauce. You got to do something with the sauce. With lean. The not lean, it's who cares? There you go, Kat. Got you. Got a ringer. Got a guy.
I mean, my husband does acupuncture, which it's like they like to say it's similar, but it's different. It's not just adjustments. It works with the meridian, so I kind of get that, but it's not really. It's not like hovering over you type of energy work. Weird stuff.
Do you believe in chakras?
No, I mean maybe, but like I don't care. But I do believe in meridians in the body where the energy travels, because you can, manipulate it with like electronic charges, and you can get like things moving again that you couldn't move, and you can do stuff like that. So obviously that you can prove, but chakras, I don't know if you can prove that. That's one of those you either believe it or you don't things.
Interesting. Witch doctors?
I mean,
Seances?
those are just like demonic stuff that you do. That's whatever, if you're into that.
Acupuncture?
Yeah, I do believe in acupuncture. They can prove it. There is science on that. It's been for thousands of years. They've had it in Persian culture. We've had a form of acupuncture since before, recorded time. And China has had it, and Japan has had their own. They formed a lot of them independently. So I do believe that is a thing. I've even, when my husband was working in the China medical hospital, they would be
How about
people.
crystals?
No, I don't believe it. I mean, crystals
Actually, I
are
meant
what?
the restaurant crystals, the chili cheese pups. What do you think about
What?
Huh?
Are you talking about fast food places? I don't go to fast food places.
You don't go to fast food places?
No.
Poison, right?
Poison. You have to cook at home. Every time I go to a restaurant, I feel terrible.
So I had when I hurt my knee and hip, my hip actually healed up more or less fine. My knee though, and this was like a year-long process, my knee 6-8 months in hadn't really improved that much. So rather than give me another shot of cortisol or cortisone or any of the anti-inflammatories into my knee again, what they did, what my the doctor, what he told me to have me do is, and instead of PT, he had me do dry needling, which is very interesting. And it actually doesn't have anything really to do. It's like acupuncture, but it's not acupuncture. It has to do with how they stimulate the muscles that are all balled up in your legs or arms or whatever that will not release. And it actually does have to do with the energy part of it. So I knew this, and I'm going to go a little bit long here, but not too much. It's interesting that people talk about all of that kind of thing, because I'm ambivalent about a lot of the mythology surrounding crystals and meridians and energy transfer and all of that. I'm pretty ambivalent about it. I mean, to some degree, I've seen it kind of happen, but in other cases, I think it's who knows. But I can tell you one thing that I know for a fact, and that is that diet can make diet can really screw you over to the point where you think that it can't possibly be your diet, but it is in fact your diet. And I knew this girl, and she had convinced herself that there was just things that there was a crazy long list of things that she could not or would not eat. And I don't think any of it actually affected her. It was literally all in her head. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen in my life. And I was like, have you been to like a real doctor about this? And she's like, I mean, he's a doctor. And I'm like, is he a real doctor?
But what were the symptoms?
Are they running blood work? Are they running, any of this stuff? And they really weren't. But like, it was pretty crazy. It was just nuts. And, and she was kind of nuts, but
okay. But were there any symptoms? That's what, like,
none
matters.
that you couldn't attribute to mental, like, perception.
Like what?
I don't even think of a specific one. She would get like muscle spasms, which I know for a fact that sometimes that she thought she had a food or she had a combination of foods that she did not, and she would have these spasms anyway. Like, I honestly think it was like 90% in her head, like maybe 95. A good case could be made for like 98. Like, I'm not saying that she wasn't like, she didn't get a bellyache if she ate too many onions or something. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the way that she attributed all these toxins to was ridiculous. And she had this great big long line of foods that she just would not eat. And this would affect her in this way, and this would infect her in this way. And she just couldn't eat that, whatever. And it was, and we're not talking about we're talking about specific types of cheese. Like, you could have this cheese, can't have that cheese.
I know
can't have this,
okay.
Can't have that.
I know what
Really
she's
weird.
talking about. This, I don't know her specific case. She could be
Yeah.
a nut, but this is
a nut.
But
she
this
was
is-
actually a nut.
Yeah, but this is actually something that happens, especially in this country with all of the food additives. So it's not a lie. For example, women 2 weeks out of the month will become very histamine intolerant. High histamine foods are foods that have been aged, dehydrated, anything preserved for a long time, probiotics, anything with a lot of bacteria, to like old cheeses, aged cheeses, not fresh cheeses, anything aged, anything leftover food. So you can eat a piece of meat, save it in the fridge. The next day you go to eat it. Now it's going to give you a reaction because the histamine has gone sky high, unless you flash freeze it, right? So that's what histamines are. So a lot of people have weird food intolerances when they have histamine intolerance. And then sometimes in the month, when it's low histamine, they're not near their period, they can eat whatever they want, no symptoms. Then they have it on their period, huge symptoms: migraines, nausea, bloating, digestive issues, rashes, hives, all that stuff can happen with that. So this is a thing, and it's in the United States is like the number one place where like a lot of women have this. Why? Because we have one of the worst building codes in the world. So a lot of our buildings, even when they're new, they come infected with mold. So women are more sensitive to mold than men, which is why in the same home, you'll have one person who is severely affected and other people who are completely fine in the same house. And it just has to do with how women are. So there's a lot of factors going on, plus the additives in the food. They affect women more than men. They might make men more gain weight or more effeminate, get breast tissue, things like that. But they make the women have severe sick. That's why you see like they're normalizing the pooch on the women, the lower bloating, because we are so chronically bloated as a society that they're normalizing the bloat, saying this is cute. This is just a female characteristic now. It's not a female characteristic.
I
This
have
is
not
an
seen that.
American. This is an American characteristic of chronic female bloating.
I'm not going to Miami.
It's not Miami. It's the country.
I've not seen that, and I would reject that. Before I read the thing there's an interesting thing. How do we reconcile the fact that there are houses in really I'm just going to pick on a country here. Let's say Japan that have the same mold, that have the same and have it worse actually than in the US. How do we reconcile that with our population being so overly sensitive to it? I think I know, but I don't know that anybody
They
cares.
don't allow the same food additives in Japan. In fact, Japan, when they switched to heavily processed foods, heavily plastic-based containers, they noticed their population started getting overweight and sick. So what they did was they changed the types of materials that they could
No, I'm
use.
talking about when you were talking about the mold in the houses.
Well,
I know that we have a very similar climate to China. We have very similar
climate doesn't matter. It's how you build and where you build. So if you build it like we have a lot of homes.
I build houses, so I have a really good insight.
Yeah, but there's a lot of homes where it's sloped downwards here. So like there's like you have to go down the driveway to get to the home. You know what I mean?
No. Matter of fact, that's against code. You have to have runoff.
Well, here in Florida and Georgia, you're allowed to do that. I only know Florida and Georgia because that's where my family lives.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want. Like,
you can't do
nobody
that.
cares.
You can't do that here. I mean, as a matter of fact, when I built my sunroom, even though I'm on grade, when I built the sunroom, I have to have water shed around the base of the building specifically, so water cannot erode around the base of the building, even though it's concrete. By the way, you can't do it. It's interesting. That may be a Florida thing. I don't know. Well, there's an interesting thing that happens in different countries and different aspects. One of the things is that we have the highest use of antibiotics in the world. And when we use antibiotics, we build up, we basically kill a bunch of things. We don't just kill the bad things because they're not directed. We also kill the good things. And I've always felt like, because I don't take medicine as a rule. Like maybe some ibuprofen. Really don't like to take much more than that. So and I've been that way my whole life. I think that the only way that I can reconcile what you're talking about is that we have a vastly over medicated and overly clean society. We are
I would not call it clean by any means. It's filthy.
I would, because I think that we're not exposed to things as kids. Like I make sure my kid, okay, so when I grew up, I literally played in the dirt. And there's probably a couple of times that I literally ate dirt. And there used to be a whole article that's gone now. I don't know that you could find it, about how kids eat dirt because it contains minerals or something. And they know it, and they just inherently will eat dirt. And I always thought that was weird, but okay, maybe I did. I don't remember doing it. I don't ever remember eating dirt, but maybe I did. I
used to do it.
You used to do it?
They had to get rid of the house plants.
Yeah. So there's this whole thing about that, right? And and actually a while ago I went and looked for the video because my wife didn't believe me. And I said, well, and we've stopped that to the point where I don't believe that. I think that's why we have so many new allergies. I grew up, I didn't know a single kid that was allergic to peanuts. Not one. And now,
you know why the peanut thing. I know about the peanut thing.
Are allergic to peanuts, tree nuts. They're allergic to different fabrics. What the fuck?
Can I tell you about? Because this is what I know about. So the peanut thing. We're the only country that I know of, that I think of all of them, that allows high amounts of mycotoxins in our food. We don't even test for mycotoxins. Every other
I didn't know any
country,
country tested for
yes,
microtoxins.
every country tests for it except for us. For our coffee, we have really high
No, I don't
mycotoxins.
buy that.
What?
I've read the European standards of. I don't buy that at all.
We don't test it at all. So all of the stuff that's rejected from Europe and other countries in Asia comes here. We accept it. So all of the high mold, peanuts is one of the highest mold. So you have to be very
We
careful
don't
with
get.
that.
First of all, we don't import peanuts from anywhere but Georgia.
Yes, but it's not the peanut, it's how you store them. We have poor storage techniques. We store them in like bad ways so they get moisture and they get mold. Yes.
I have a hard time buying that because I mean,
Okay.
I've been to other countries and I've seen I don't know. I think that it would have in my. I could see the claim made. I just don't believe that's the way. That's what's happening. I would way more believe that it's the fact that we have antibiotics in literally everything you eat. You can't name a product in your
antibiotics for
refrigerator.
sure is a big one. We have more antibiotic use in this country and our animals too, which affects us as well.
Mhm.
That's one. We have more glyphosate than any other country. That affects our vegetables. That affects our glyphosate is supposed to make stomach of the insects explode to kill them. So we're eating something that makes stomachs explode. So it's not going to kill us, not going to make our stomachs explode, but it's going to slowly chip away at our stomach lining, causing leaky gut, which means all of the food particles are going through the gut lining because it's permeable now, going into the bloodstream. It is now an invader into the bloodstream. So now the blood is attacking it as an invader, and you're becoming hypersensitive to whatever it is you're eating that has the glyphosate that's causing the permeability. Yeah, it's leaky gut. So it has nothing to do with, like the foods are not bad. It's what we put on the foods, what we package the foods in.
Have you been to I know you lived in Thailand for a while, right?
Taiwan.
Okay. I mean, I was in China for a while. I've been to a couple other countries and I'm going to tell you right now, their food is not in any way better than ours. 100% guaranteed.
No, but they have way different medical. Like, for example, my husband was working in the hospital there. They do not give antibiotics.
That's true.
They give herbal medicines, natural herbal Chinese medicines for thousands of years. Have this disgusting tincture that will make you vomit if you smell it, but drink it really fast. It's culturally accepted to do that. Imagine giving somebody a disgusting thick
let me give
herbal
you
slurry.
Let me give you a personal experience I had in China with their medical system. So my third trip to China probably, and I was going to be there a month, and it's probably the second or third trip, and for some stupid reason, it always ended up being cold when I went there, and one of the things about China is they take fevers very seriously, like ridiculously. Like you can't get on a train if you have a fever. You can't get on an airplane if you have a fever. If you have a high temperature, just stay your ass at home. You're not going anywhere. And so right as we're about to leave, I get a cold. I get a fever. I don't feel bad. I feel okay, but I have a fever. So we go to a local clinic. And it's literally like the best way I can describe it, which probably nobody here is old enough to remember this except for me, maybe Clover, and you might, but I doubt it. It looked like an old concrete school building with green metal furniture, and it was just standard issue stuff, right? And just concrete block, painted, not very decorated, not fancy at all. So we go there, they see me, and they recommended to me to go to a different kind of clinic. They couldn't help me there, so that's fine. So we go to this other clinic, and it's more like a clinic from the 50s. It was pretty hilarious. It's kind of funny. But they gave me antibiotics through an IV in my hand, like right here. And I felt better. But the problem was, it wasn't enough antibiotic. So the next day I still had the fever. The fever went away. It came back. So I went again. They did again. And finally I'm like, look, I need to go to an English speaking hospital, because what was happening was I was telling my wife what was going on. My wife was telling her mom what was going on in Chinese and trying to communicate to the doctor. They were all trying to communicate together about me, but without me directly communicating. So I was relying on my wife to accurately translate, which I don't think she was necessarily doing, partially because at that time, I think she really lived in fear of her mother a lot. And so she wasn't really translating what I was saying. So I needed to go to an English speaking hospital. So after I've had my hand poked twice with these antibiotics, we go to this, we go to the same hospital that all of the ambassadors go to, because it's in Beijing. So we're right across basically from the embassy row, and there's a hospital there, and that's where all the ambassadors and all their families and kids go. And the doctors all speak English. So I go in, I sit down, I wait. Doctor calls him back. What's going on? I tell him, got fever. Feel pretty good otherwise, just got a fever, and it just will not go away. And I might be coming down with a light chest infection. And he says, well, okay. He gives me three antibiotic pills. Says, take one today. You probably won't need the other two, but take the other two anyway. He's like, your fever will be gone in the morning. I'm like, yeah, okay. And basically he said that the previous doctors have no idea about Europeans and the US systems, where we're so inundated with antibiotics and we get them in literally everything. And so they were not giving me the correct or strong enough dosage of antibiotic to actually solve the problem. And that was the entire problem. And I found that to be true in almost every European country, in Asian country. For whatever reason, the US has an amazingly high dependence on antibiotics. And that, I think, screws with us a lot. And I think that, when we're talking about the increase in allergies, when we're talking about all of these different things, you can't oversimplify the fact that these things exist, right? You can't just say this is what it is and that's why. It really is a big thing. And the next thing about this is that I have a farmer nearby that does all my bush hogging, actually. And he's actually going to run some cattle on my property, I think. And so he's a rancher, technically, not a farmer. Farmers grow vegetables and ranchers grow animals, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. So the rancher, I asked him about the antibiotic, because they take really good care of those cows. And they're a certified organic, all that kind of stuff, farm and whatever. And so we were having a great conversation one day about the antibiotics that the animals are given and what is residual in them that would affect us. And there's been no study done that accurately shows or suggests that the animals having antibiotics pass any of that on to us. It's all gone through their system long before it gets to us. Now, that's not to say that there are not other animal. And of course, I'm strictly speaking beef here. I don't know about chicken. Somebody's going to point out the chickens.
Yeah, beef does not.
That are fed, a diet of antibiotic infused stuff. And I don't know about chickens. I don't know anybody that farms chickens, so I can't speak to that. I don't eat a lot of chicken, so I don't know. But and I think that's the wrong one. You guys, too fast for me. Wrong one. Where is it? There it is. It bounced up 4. Trapped in the medical system of cash, and I honestly do believe that. health insurance work there? No, I paid cash. It was easy. It was cheap actually to have that done in China. It's no big deal. Worked out pretty good, and yeah, kind of stuff. Our medical system, I think, is really the problem. I don't know about the rest of it. So.
But you know that birth control it's like taking an antibiotic for women.
Yeah, birth control is worse. It's hormonal.
Yeah, it's hormonal. It affects your hormones, but it also kills your microbiome. So you don't have the good balance. So it's basically like you're on an antibiotic, chronically on an antibiotic.
Yeah. So where did I forgot to talk about this thing that PKFRX posted about. Wow, chat went freaking nuts. To only have 30 people in here, we've got it going on. Where is it? How can I not find this? Oh, there it is. Have I thought about stem cells? Cartilage issue on your knee after an auto accident. I enrolled in the stem cell research thing, and my knee is better than it was before the accident. Yes, I have to go to Mexico to get it done. The cost here is prohibitively high, and the amount of stem cells that they will use isn't enough to really repair any damage. And I don't actually have enough damage left really to repair. I don't think. I just have residual pain and muscle issues that would be repaired by stem cell therapy. But you have to go to Mexico to do it. And actually, if we adopted the Mexican system of stem cells usage, we would all be better off. And it's a great system. There's a really good explanation of it on Black Rifle Coffee, on one of Black Rifle Coffee's podcast, where the guy goes down twice a year because he was a burn victim, and this guy lives in pain 24/7. He bleeds all the time because obviously it's burns are bad and they never healed, and they're never going to heal. So his skin cracks and he bleeds all the time, and stem cells are and he's a double amputee and all that. So he goes down twice a year, I think, to get the stem cell therapy for him, and it's a very interesting setup. We do stem cells here, but they limit the amount of stem cells that you can use, or that they give you, and they also limit. I'm sorry.
I know a place.
You know a place? Yeah. Look, we can't talk about. Get me canceled over here. So yeah, it's a there's a bunch of there's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of different aspects to all of this, guys. And it's I don't know how we went down this specific road, especially since I'm now 45 minutes long. But hey, man, it was a good conversation, and I know that we were kind of dropping it in the middle of it, but it's that's the thing. I would have thought Panama too, but the Mexico. All right, let me break down Mexico's program here. So what they do is they go to expectant mothers, and they basically say, "Hey, would you like to participate in this program? It's free. We will pay your medical cost for the birth," and they do, and in return, they keep this. They keep the majority of the stem cells, but they also reserve some stem cells for the mother just in case her child ever needs those, right? Like they're there for her. And so it's a great system. We should do it here. For whatever reason, we do not do it. I think it's actually illegal the way our current laws are to do that. And it's but it's a great system in Mexico, and it works really well. And it's very inexpensive. So comparatively. Yeah. So. Yeah, not from dead ones. Nope. MDs are people who couldn't get into vet school. That's funny. Cat trying to be funny. Raised Angus cattle for ranching. He also herds extra for folks to buy Angus beef, whole, half, quarter cow. I do that. I actually buy a half a cow every year. Hay and grain fed through its life. Zero antibiotics, delicious. Probably not actually zero antibiotics, but they're zero. But it doesn't matter with cows. Cows, it doesn't matter. They don't beef, and there's everything but chicken. For whatever reason, the way that they give chicken the antibiotics, it's in their feed, and it's a lot. I mean, a lot. It's not like an injection or two. It's not like a few pills. It's like they're fed the antibiotics like basically breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So pretty scary, actually. I don't eat a lot of chicken. I don't eat a lot of chicken. And chicken's so weird. Have you guys ever actually looked at a chicken that comes off of a chicken farm for a meat chicken? You ever looked at one? It does not look like a chicken. The breast is ridiculously big. It's a huge. If you look at like a regular chicken next to a meat chicken, it's like gross. It's hilarious. They pack them in the houses too tight. Yeah, probably. But yeah, the meat chickens they're kind of gross. I mean, they taste good, and they're literally engineered to be to be tasty, to taste good, to have a reasonable amount of fat, so they're not dry. All of this stuff. I mean, you're literally eating a bioengineered product when you eat chicken. So just let you know that. Try cycling past a chicken slaughterhouse on a night. No, I used to drive by the Tyson facility down in Augusta, Georgia, and it was, or Gainesville, Georgia, and it was so bad. You could smell that at like a mile away. So, because I get to do that all day. Yeah. Guys, it is now very late. I know Kat has nothing to do. She's going to go jump on somebody else's stream. I am not. I've got to go eat. I'm hungry. I'm just about to get hangry and start saying shit I really mean. You guys have been great today. I really appreciate all the support and you guys coming out. I may or may not do a stream tonight, so keep an eye out on your updates, or I may just hop on somebody else's stream. No stream at all tomorrow. Tuesday is my complete day off. Kat will probably be on with Teriyaki or VO Pod or something like that. She'll be somewhere. Wednesday, I will be back. I might do a day shift on Wednesday. It depends on what I've got going on. And of course, we'll do Wednesday night, day shift on Thursday, and then Friday night and Saturday night this week. More political stuff, but also we're going to keep going on some of the societal issues, and we will, we'll speak all of the truth stuff. So, guys, also make sure that you tell your friends and share this content around. It is. I really was just kind of doing this as a kind of a lark, but I've actually met people who have really listened to it. And even worse is there are people in my Facebook and other media that are seem to be constantly looking for sources of material just like this. And me promoting myself does not have the same effectiveness as other people promoting the product. Plus, you guys know people I don't. So, so pass it around. Tell a buddy, bring a friend, and I'm going to see you guys later. So get off my lawn. Bye-bye.